I would like to convene the February 2024 Bridges and Tunnels Committee meeting. Ms. Piscone, are there any public speakers?
Good morning. We have 3 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware of the clock in the front of the room and the warning light you will see reminding you that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Judy Polson. Following will be Maddie Bucky's Highland, followed by Lita Dupree.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having this meeting. This is my very first, so I don't really know the norms. Thank you for the instruction. I came here today. I'm a little out of place, I think. I came here today because I immigrated to this wonderful, wonderful city 33 years ago, and my knees are no longer as good as they were then, and I don't expect them to get better. So mine is just a voice asking for better accessibility, primarily on the subway system, especially more elevators and escalators that work more of the time. Thank you for your time, your thoughtful work, and have a great week. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Maddie Bucky's Highland, followed by Alita Dupree.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Maddie W. Bucky's Highland. I want to speak today about the bridges and congestion pricing if there's time remaining. First of all, I would like to appreciate the effort for the Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority for putting up new electronic signage on the Throgs Neck Bridge, which I went over for my birthday over at Chaz Palmenteri's Italian restaurant in White Plains, New York. The second thing I would like to speak about is congested pricing, which I'm going to be testifying about on Thursday. It could be much money for someone. As someone who commutes a lot from New York to Florida, it costs me about $30, $35 with the Easy Pass because, I use Easy Pass frequent from one of the MTA's bridges and tunnels all the way down maybe to the Fort McHenry Tunnel, which is operated by the Maryland Transportation Authority. As I go down to Florida, sometimes visit friends and family. Anyway, I would like to thank Commissioner Barbas for filling in the role for David Mack while he's away on business. Thank you, and God bless you, and have a great day. Ms. Piscone?
Thank you. The next speaker is Alita Dupree. We have an additional speaker, that is Jack Nierenberg next. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning to the chair. Hope you can hear me. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. I'm going to talk about bridges and tunnels today. They're very important and meaningful to me. I hope to be with you next month, but today I'm in Oakland. I can actually see the San Francisco Oakland Bay Bridge from my room. Yeah, the reports look good. Toll recovery around 94%. So we want to keep working on that. And it seems like our Easy Pass participation has dropped a bit. I mean, 92% is not bad, but I think it was at one time about 95%. So we want to really get people involved in Easy Pass. It works. If I had a car, I would have it myself. And I am going to talk a little bit about congestion pricing. I ask that you stay the course because you're the administrators of this upcoming program. I want to see it happen. It needs to happen. I'm a person with disabilities, and I think about the many who can't climb the stairs. And I was in a BART station, and I had to climb stairs, and I was okay, but many can't. So we want to get those elevators in, and congestion pricing is going to help with that. And the CBTC and other things I can talk about in the transit meeting. And during my time in San Francisco lately, I've been riding autonomous vehicles. Someday those are going to come to New York. Don't know when. And I'm an unrepentant user of autonomous vehicles, and they work. And so if they come to New York, they're going to come on the bridges, which I think will be a good thing. But we need to be ready for the future. And I think it's going to be a good one in bridges and tunnels. Thank you.
Thank you. The next and final speaker is Jack Nierenberg.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg, and I'm the Vice President of Passengers United. So, who's ready to actually pay congestion pricing? By a show of hands. Anyone? I find that gravely concerning because if anyone should be paying the congestion pricing, it's the people who are actually making those decisions to put it in, to implement it in the first place. So, I've already expressed my concerns about and disapproval for the congestion pricing plan. So I'm not going to go into that today, but I do want to make one point clear, and that is when it comes to exemptions, transit workers are not even listed in the plan, and they're the ones commuting from a lot of these transit deserts, and unfortunately, they were not even given any exemption. They're the ones who are actually moving the system. So I find that especially concerning, and I'm going to mention this at the public hearings as well, and I'm also going to be mentioning it to the larger MTA board, and that is I'm going to be submitting a Freedom of Information Act request for, I want to see what exactly the MTA is going to be compensating MTA executives, people from the MTA board, and other proponents of the congestion pricing plan, because if they're being compensated, then they should not have any right to implement a toll structure and or seize other vehicles for those who are unable to pay for whatever reason, whether it be they're undergoing medical treatments, they have a disability and they're not being covered for that. And the disability clause in the law states that anyone with a disability is exempt from the toll, and that better be the case. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes the public comment.
Thank you, Rose. The approval of the minutes of the January 2024 Bridges and Tunnel Committee meeting will be postponed to next month for reasons of quorum. Let's see. President Sheridan, are there any changes to the work plan?
Good morning, Chair Barbas. There are no changes to the work plan.
Thank you. President Sheridan will start off with her remarks.
Good morning. Bridges and Tunnels has kept the revenue recovery momentum going with our sustained enforcement against toll evasion. As you may have seen in the news earlier in February, we had a targeted enforcement operation at the RFK Bridge where we stopped vehicles for violations for intentionally obstructed and fraudulent license plates, as well as drivers with suspended vehicle registrations due to unpaid tolls. Once again, the message to persistent toll violators is clear. Your vehicle will be taken off the road if you fail to pay your tolls. This month, we'll highlight our focus on customers and what they experience at our facilities. Vice President of Maintenance, Charlie Passarella, will present the 2023 Customer Environment Report. Charlie.
Thank you, Kathy. Good morning, Commissioners. The Customer Environment Report begins on page 30 of the committee book. The key customer service areas for bridges and tunnels, in line with MTA goals, are to improve delivery of service and mobility at our 7 bridges and 2 tunnels, ensure the safety and security of our customers, and enhance the customer experience and environment at our facilities, which in total handle almost 1 million daily trips and more than 335 million crossings annually. Despite an authority-wide increase in traffic in 2023, most peak period customer travel times remained at the same operating levels compared to the same period last year. While the entire report is in the book, I'll present some highlights today. In 2023, Bridges and Tunnels swept a total of 12,502 miles of roadways and approaches and repaired 1,068 potholes. Bridges and Tunnels maintains a vigilant eye on roadway conditions and ensures a high-quality driving experience for customers by continuously addressing needs promptly. This short video clip that you'll see on the screen shows a typical tunnel washing operation. In 2023, Bridges and Tunnels washed nearly 8 million linear feet within the Queens Midtown and Hugh L. Carey tunnels. The cleanliness of the tile walls and ceilings in these tunnels is consistently monitored and washed as needed. Regular storm drain maintenance helps mitigate flooding conditions during heavy rain events and reduces corrosion of vital steel bridge components. Bridges and Tunnels cleaned 2,148 drains in 2023. The high-efficiency LED lighting replacement program is nearing completion. Bridge and Tunnel maintainers installed over 90 LED roadway lights in 2023. Bridges and Tunnels responded to 7,079 roadway incidents in 2023. The average emergency response time was consistent with past years despite increased traffic volumes. Incidents included disabled vehicles, collisions, and debris in the roadway. Roadway striping and other pavement markings enhance the ability of customers to safely and expeditiously cross Bridges and Tunnels facilities. Maintenance, operations, and our construction and development partners facilitated roadway closures enable striping of nearly 155,000 linear feet of roadway across Bridge and Tunnels facilities. Bridges and Tunnels upgraded a total of 8 variable message signs in 2023 at the Verrazano Narrows, Throgs Neck, Henry Hudson, and Marine Parkway bridges. Ongoing upgrades will continue through 2024. Bridges and Tunnels maintenance responds to all weather events including snow, rain, high wind, and icing conditions. In addition, the New York State Vehicle and Traffic Law was amended in 2022 to allow for municipal snowplows to have green and amber flashing lights. This integrated lighting feature offers a higher degree of contrast against the white background of snow and is more visible to the human eye than amber lights alone. Last year's pilot was so successful that Bridges and Tunnels has now added green lights to all of its fleet of snow plowing vehicles. The extent of work, repairs, enhancements, and upgrades accomplished would not have been possible without the dedication of our hardworking maintenance crews. I'm delighted to announce that in February 2024, we successfully graduated a new class of maintainers after an extensive training program which lasting over 6 weeks. These 25 new employees are a much-needed start to replenishing our maintenance staffing vacancies, and we look forward to more classes to ensure the continuity of our operations in the future. If there are no questions, this concludes the highlights of the Customer Environment Report.
Are there any questions for Charlie? Okay, thank you, and to your entire team for your care and attention to our facilities. Our total 2023, boy, I'm having trouble with that number, traffic broke a record at 335.1 million crossings, which yielded another record of nearly $2.4 billion in toll revenue. I'm pleased to report, due to our record-breaking revenue and our operating efficiencies, B&T will provide nearly $1.3 billion in surplus, which will benefit the MTA's mass transit systems. Adam Hartke, MTA Bridges and Tunnels financial liaison, will present an overview of the TBTA operating surplus and also the 2024 adopted budget and financial plan. Adam.
Thank you, Kathy. The staff summary begins on page 52 and includes an attachment of the resolutions that are summarized as follows. The resolutions to certify and transfer $1.289 billion in 2023 operating surplus to the MTA and New York City Transit pursuant to Section 1219A-2B of the Public Authorities Law of the State of New York, and resolutions recognizing $12.369 million in 2023 TBTA investment income to be transferred to the MTA pursuant to Section 569C of the Public Authorities Law. Resolutions pursuant to the Public Authorities Law to advance monthly the fiscal year 2024 TBTA surplus to the MTA and New York City Transit in the aggregate amount not to exceed 90% of the estimate of the sum of that month's operations, if available, with the first $1.8 million going to New York City Transit and the remaining sum split 50% to New York City Transit, less applicable bond service, and 50% to the MTA, less applicable bond service. Your approval is requested.
Thank you, Adam. We will also defer the approval of the TBT operating surplus resolutions to next Wednesday's board meeting when we have a quorum.
Do we have any questions? Commissioner Valdivia?
Hi, thank you so much. So I just want to highlight how important this action is. This really kind of goes back to the founding of the MTA and how critical it is, this cross-subsidy from TBTA to our mass transit system. And essentially, that's what we're trying to also do with congestion pricing, right? And so it really falls in line with the way the MTA functions and how, as a region, we look to support transit. So I just want to emphasize, it probably sounds like, 1.8 billion, what does it all mean? A transfer. It's really so important from a policy perspective, what we do here at Bridges and Tunnels. So really appreciate all of your work. All of this revenue is funding this incredible system that moves millions of people a day. So thank you for your leadership, Kathy.
Thank you.
We also have, as an informational item, the 2024 adopted budget and financial plan starting on page 65. The plan includes a schedule detailing the monthly allocation of revenue and expenses for the purposes of reporting. Unless there are any questions, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Adam. Chief Operating Officer Allison DeSareno has a brief statement regarding congestion pricing, so I'll hand it over to her.
Thank you, Kathy, and good morning. A bit later this morning at the Transit Committee meeting, which is heavily attended by many who use paratransit, our Chief Accessibility Officer, Kumela Arroyo, will be giving a presentation on the Central Business District Tolling Program exemption that TBTA is designing for qualifying vehicles transporting persons with disabilities. We invite you to attend, as next month the board will be asked to vote on our disability exemption plans in addition to a Central Business District toll rate-making schedule.
Thanks, Allison. And finally, there are no procurements this month, and this concludes B&T's report.
May I have a motion to adjourn? A second? That's okay. We can do it. We can do it. Concludes the meeting. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, thank you, and we appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe for us to be out here to and from, work and home.
My work impacts the Long Island community because we just make it safe for the customer itself. We keep the conditions of all the stations clean, You don't want a dirty station. We do just more than cleaning. We help out in any way we can.
My favorite part of the job is meeting new people, the people I work with, experiencing new things. I like my job, and I wake up every morning and know that I have a great job to get to go to.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineers for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast, from dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating the train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely, and they're relying on me to get to work.
I'm an engineer, and I run trains as an essential employee, moving essential employees. Through the pandemic, to be able to bring doctors and food workers, for us to be able to get them to and from their jobs safely, take a great sense of pride in being able to do that.
I take pride in my job now, and I really enjoy it. I am glad I became an engineer.
It's an amazing job. You know, it's a lot of responsibility, but at the end of the day, when I go home, you know, I'm happy with what I've done for the day at work. I know that I have a great job to come to, and I'm grateful for it.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take the Staten Island ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that
We're going to get started with this month's joint Metro North and Long Island committee meetings. Metro North takes the lead for this month. My name is Blanca Lopez. I am the co-chair of the committee, joined by my fellow committee members as well as my co-chair, Sammy Chu. If we could go ahead and have this morning's speakers, please.
Good morning. We have 10 members of the public registered to speak this morning. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would like to remind everyone that our speakers, in the interest of time and fairness, all have 2 minutes. Please be aware that you will hear a warning beep to remind you when you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Kara Girl, followed by Maddie Bucky's Highland.
Good morning. I'm Kara Girl, Planning and Advocacy Manager at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. Last month, we learned the results of the Fall 2023 Customers Count Survey. We were intrigued, but not surprised, to see that on both railroads, better fare incentives are one of the top items to increase overall satisfaction. Better fare incentives were number 1 on the list for Metro North riders and number 2 for Long Island Railroad riders. The good news, PCAC knows just how to make that happen. We have 3 proposals that would give riders the gift of lower fare options and hopefully could be funded this year by the state, city, and OBTA funds, respectively. First, extending the half-fare senior and disability discount to the morning peak, the only time when this crucial discount does not apply. This is a common-sense expansion that would show seniors and disabled riders that their contributions to the workforce matter. Second, expanding fare fares to the Long Island Railroad and Metro North within New York City. Fare fares has helped riders on subways and buses afford the fare, and it's time for that to apply to the commuter railroads that run through low-income riders' backyards. We'd also love to see fare fares eligibility raised to 200% of the federal poverty level. The current 120% is too low for so many riders who have trouble making ends meet and affording the fare. Third, creating a weekly city ticket with transfers to subways and buses. We're so thankful for the recent expansion of City Ticket. Now that riders can benefit from lower commuter rail fares within the city 24/7, more people than ever are taking advantage of the option. Adding a transfer option to subways and buses is a critical step to a more integrated transit system where riders can use subways, buses, and the commuter railroads on one city ticket. Riders made their voices heard, and they want more fare discounts and incentives. We're working with our elected leaders to make it happen in this year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maddie Bucky's Highland, followed by Jack Nuremberg.
Good morning to co-chairs Chu and Lopez and to the committee. My name is Maddie W. Bucky's Highland. Today, for today's topic, I'm going to speak about accessibility and the ADA task force, which I'm interested in. I believe on February 8th, Long Island Railroad Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee meeting, I expressed my interest in joining the Long Island Railroad ADA task force, and they said they would get back to me. So far, I have not heard anything back. I do express my interest in joining now, even though I don't use it very often. Accessibility is key for people to go anywhere. My home station of Seaford became accessible in 2009 with an elevator. That's a good thing for people. The Babylon branch, I'm excited to see Lindenhurst is going to be ADA accessible soon. The last topic I want to talk about is I would like to congratulate Sammy Chu on being the MTA board member, and I can congratulate for his year and a half onto the MTA. As you know, this could be your last meeting. I wish you all the best of luck, Sammy. Thank you. God bless you and have a good day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Nuremberg, followed by Ian Matthews.
Passengers United. So I was looking at the new schedules that are set to go into effect next week, and there are some improvements, but there are serious concerns about Brooklyn service, especially the reduction of trains from 3 trains to 2 trains during the evening. And at the same time, one thing that's not mentioned on the Long Island Railroad website is the elimination of a late morning train, creating a gap in service on the line of over an hour. That is unacceptable. when the new schedules were put into effect after Grand Central opened, we were promised that Atlantic Terminal would be seeing an increase in service, and now that is being rolled back. That is not okay. What we do want to see, if that is the case due to track work, which I get it, we want to see replacement buses running every 15 to 20 minutes to accommodate this decrease in train service. And speaking of Brooklyn, I do want to mention the Atlantic ticket, and especially the weekly Atlantic ticket, which was eliminated last year. And I do want to make something clear that the Atlantic ticket, which included the weekly subway transfer, was eliminated last year. And there was no reason to eliminate it. We were pleading over and over again, just because the new city ticket, which, by the way, has a $7 peak fare, which Brooklyn should not be paying, just because it might be benefiting other communities in the city, does not mean that another community, especially East New York, all those other disadvantaged communities that are already disadvantaged, should not be even further disadvantaged. So there's no rationale, and we need Atlantic ticket back immediately. So that's all I'm going to say about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Ian Matthews, followed by Christopher Greif.
All right, good morning. My name is Ian Matthews. Now, I'm a little concerned with the Metro North, how we still have a lot of short trains during peak hours, resulting in dangerous overcrowding. Particularly the 7:53 a.m. from North Plains is very overcrowded, and tickets cannot even be collected. That is a serious, not good. The 8 a.m. Super Express needs to come back from North White Plains. As for the Long Island Railroad, we need more off-peak trains stopping at Forest Hills and Kew Gardens, like late nights and during rush hours, because the subway is not really reliable. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Andy Pollack.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif, as an advocate for people with disabilities. First, I want to thank our MTA police that do respond to the crimes or any incident happens. Chief, we want to thank you, MTA police, because there were some incidents at Atlantic Avenue, and they do respond very well in helping seniors and people with disabilities if they need assistance. Just please remind them that if someone is saying good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, please remind them that someone is just saying please be safe, because I do not like when officers are getting abused. As a former alumni member for the Citizen Police Academy alumni, it is very important we all work together on this. The one thing I do want to add for the Metro North, if we can work on Metro North Cares, their walkie-talkies, because there's been some concern of safety for them. If Long Island Cares have the radios, why can't Metro North Cares have them? We know Grand Central has them, but further up north in the Connecticut or upstate, they don't have them. I'm asking because we need to make sure for safety concerns as well. And very important also is if people are going to be switching to trains at Jamaica, please remind everyone that the elevators there are not MTAs. Those are Port Authority elevators. The elevators there are not owned by the MTA. And it's been mentioned to the press that MTA owns them. No, it has been Port Authority because our elevator number code is bigger and much larger. The Port Authority ones are small, and so small you need a magnifying glass for them. So let's please continue advocating for more accessibility stations, more accessible technology, and let's work together this year. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Andy Pollack, followed by Charleston D'Souza.
Good morning, President Free, and good morning to everybody else at the Long Island Railroad. I'm Andy Pollack from Passengers United. So, the new schedules are beginning next week, and I want to quickly mention that, yes, even though yesterday was the 1-year anniversary of Grand Central Madison, there's still some flaws to the schedules that need to be addressed. Like one example I'm going to give, we still only have one train on the Far Rockaway branch directly leaving from Atlantic Terminal
in the afternoon, where I clearly have requested that there should be 2 trains going to Far Rockaway in the afternoon from Atlantic Terminal, Brooklyn. And one notable change in the Port Washington branch has not been acknowledged. My normal 217 train that I take from Penn Station, beginning next Monday, March 4th, it's now going to leave at 2:21 p.m. Why wasn't this acknowledged on the press release that was sent out back on February 16th? And another thing I want to also discuss is the fact that you're canceling a Babylon branch train that normally goes from 612 Atlantic Terminal to Freeport. You know, people want options from Atlantic Terminal, and you're taking that option away from them. Just like how, beginning at 9 p.m. on weekdays, one westbound train and one 10 p.m. eastbound train, you're going to have 2 trains per hour, so it's going to cause overcrowding. So these schedules need to be adjusted, and there needs to be serious changes at the scheduling department. Whoever is in charge of the scheduling department, all I got to say is, I don't know what are you guys are thinking over there. So, seems my time is about to conclude, I'm going to be speaking at New York City Transit later this morning, so thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Alita Dupree.
Morning, everyone. Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. So we're getting a lot of complaints from Long Island Railroad riders about the new schedules. And why is it that lessons were not learned from the fiasco that happened the last time? So now we have more Brooklyn trains being scaled back. Port Washington branch riders are upset because they're losing some direct trains. All around, it's a mess. So Rob Free, what we need from you is a community meeting so that we can all sit, have a dialogue, and work out the schedules for May. Because the summer season, what happens with the diesel trains is they all get sent to the Montauk branch, and then everyone on the Port Jefferson branch, Oyster Bay, they get shorted cars. I heard a rumor that y'all are getting cars from Mock, from Washington, D.C. this year. I hope so. Get some cars from Amtrak, wherever you can, because it's going to be a hot, stuffy summer. People need service. They're paying so much money for the Long Island Railroad tickets. So we need reliable service, and we need safety too, because I'm starting to see overnight, and this is for you, Chief, we're seeing individuals sleeping in the station. I'm not talking about like 5 individuals. I'm talking about 50 people at 2:30 in the morning in Penn Station sleeping, and even in Grand Central now it's starting. So we need some intervention. We need social services for those, poor individuals who need some help and need a lift. But overall, we need city ticket restored, and we need the weekly for Queens Village. And also what I want to bring up is that, with the trains on weekends, we're seeing a lot of overcrowding. So that is something that y'all have to look at. I know that y'all get upset when I come and give you bad news. So I'll tell you what. Next month, I'll focus on one good thing, okay? I mean, we do care about the customers, and it's sometimes you win things, sometimes you lose, but we have to make the service right. People are paying a lot of money. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Jason Anthony.
Thank you. Good morning to the chair, Semet Blanca. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds can talk about railroad today. I did watch the videos of the openings of accessible stations, so that's very important and meaningful to me. So thank you for that. Hopefully we can get some more accessible stations open. That's very good work. And those videos and those ribbon cuttings, they're good use of time and money because they create awareness, and that way I can know about these things in case I have to use them. So thank you for that work. I often talk about Grand Central a lot, and I like to put positive energy into my virtual podium. And I am not with you today. I'm in Oakland. I have Capital Carter nearby, and I have BART, which I often refer to as being the people system. I do think about fair policy and on the railroads about having a consistent 24-hour fair policy for our senior and disabled patrons. So I think we should work for that, because when I use BART, 62.5% off the standard fare for me at all times the system's open. So I think we should work on that. And we should figure out renewable fuel for our diesel fleet. Time to get away from straight petroleum diesel, because Capital Corridor and Metrolink are using renewable fuel. So I think we could do that in New York and invest in New York. But I often say it, you can never have enough Grand Central Terminal. I take my Grand Central Terminal very seriously since I discovered it in 1980. And I really enjoy Grand Central Madison. The Grand Central Complex is an ecosystem, and I think it is the centerpiece of what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Iris Kelly.
Good morning, Blanca. Kathy, Rob, Vinny, Norm, Neil, Sammy, Jerry, Shanifa, and all the board members of the Long Island Railroad and Metro North Committee. Jason Anthony here, the newest member of the Long Island Railroad 88 Task Force. This month, I'm going to bring to you guys some fact-checking. Why is it that we're having some service reductions? Why is this? And here's the answer. Those in the other side of the Hudson aren't setting the lawsuit because of congestion pricing. I spoke in their most recent board meeting a couple of weeks ago, and they're playing the most devilish move yet. They're raising their fares 15% plus 3% annually. But they don't realize that those of us in the east side of the Hudson who use their service won't be able to speak up against those fare increases. But at the same time, they don't realize that we not able to modernize our stations, have more service, including yet have more accessible stations across the board. So think about it, folks. We should fight back against New Jersey Transit. I'll see you guys at Transit.
Thank you for your remarks. Our final speaker is Iris Kelly.
I have worried with you about this. What is wrong with track 3? If nothing's wrong with it, why did you move Brooklyn trains to tracks 11, 12? It makes no sense at all whatsoever. And also for the digital screens between tracks 6 and 7, you always able to see train traffic. That was great. When you took that away from us, that's not right. Short people cannot see what's up on the top of the screens. And then for the accessibility for Atlantic Terminal, I think it's terrible how you took a lot of the trains from there to go into Manhattan and back, or to Long Island and back, our own trains to go. We shouldn't have to always go into Jamaica to switch every time. We should be able to have our trains directly from Atlantic Terminal to go there and back. And then also, with the in terms of the railroad, our Brooklyn trains, why are they so short? A majority of them are very short. They're not the regular length that they should have been always. You shouldn't have to make us walk back up the other way to get there. And then the accessibility, we always had transfer trains, no matter what the problem was. And they had a long waiting time in between. It was always like maybe 2 minutes, right across the platform each way between tracks 2 and 3. That was much more accessible than what you have now. It's not right. We should make some changes back, because ever since you made the Grand Central, you took away a lot of good accessibility problems that we had. It was perfect. Just January last year was perfect, a top A+. But then when February came this time this year, you went down, big fat F. You need to improve yourself. Thank you.
That concludes our public speakers section.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you to this morning's speakers. We're moving on to the approval of the meeting minutes for last month on January 29th. I would just like to start off with a slight correction. I am listed as not being present for this meeting, but I did join virtual. So if we could just make that correction on the meeting minutes, that'd be great. Are there any other corrections or omissions? If not, may I have a motion in a second? Sammy and Midori, second. All in favor? Meeting minutes approved. Kathy, Rob, are there any changes to your respective work plans?
There are no changes to the Metro North work plan.
No changes along Island Railroad.
Thank you both. We're moving on to the agency's president's report. Kathy will start it off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. While we're on the topic of the work plans, there's a new work plan item this year that we've never done before, which is an update on our prior year's performance. So just to, for purposes of run of show, I'm going to go through the regular February report, and then I'm going to segue into the 2023 update, and then Rob will do the same. I mean, essentially the purpose of the work plan item is not only to highlight our accomplishments for 2023, but also talk about how our performance in 2023 informed our goals for 2024. So we're going to talk a little bit about that in that presentation. But first, I'm going to do the February 2024 update. As Alita Dupree said, you can never get enough Grand Central, and February marks our 111th birthday, and marking another year as New York City's iconic transportation hub. It's a symbol of the city's past, but also a beacon for its future, and I think it's very timely that we're also celebrating the first anniversary of regular service to Grand Central Madison right downstairs. So Grand Central Terminal continues to evolve. We're happy to have the new neighbors downstairs, and we will continue to be at the heart of the city, and happy birthday, Grand Central. On February 13th, Mother Nature had an early Valentine's Day gift for all of us. It was a snowstorm that closed many schools, especially up north in Metro North Territory, but also caused New York City school children to learn remote that day. Lessons about ridership during inclement weather led us to operate a slightly modified schedule. This allowed us to use a specially developed operating plan that reduces the risk of delays during storms. As it turns out, ridership that day was indeed down by about 36%, since a lot of workers stayed home and schools were closed. The program was successful. There was minimal crowding. Actually, most trains were in the 30 to 60% load factor range, and there were no major delays because of the weather. I want to thank the entire operating team that helped ensure such great performance during a bad weather day. This past month, MTA expanded the Omni contactless payment system to the Hudson Rail Link. That's the connecting bus service that we operate at the Hudson Line stations of Spuyten, Duyvil, and Riverdale. This development allows the users of the Hudson Rail Link to benefit from the same weekly fare capping advantage that's available to New York City Transit subway and bus customers. This integration is particularly significant for the customers at those two stations, where access to Metro North can be a little challenging because of the terrain there. This latest enhancement underscores our dedication to improving the commutation experience by offering convenient and contactless payment options. So for the past week, you could not turn on the TV or listen to the radio without seeing my rhyming conductor, Paul Pesanti, from the Hudson Line. He was on WCBS. He was on, I think, every local TV station. It was a sort of something that brightened my week. So I want to sort of speak about Mr. Pesanti. I had a couple thoughts. My next topic today is a conductor who's great at making up rhymes while our customers wait. He has a rhyme for each station they pass on the way as he travels the Hudson Line every day. Our customers appreciate his puns and his smile. He makes them forget where they are for a while. And so many thanks to Conductor Paul P.A. for the service he provides to Metro North every day. So I'll be here all week. Okay. Okay. So last week, we held a ribbon cutting event for the new elevator at Purdy Station. I was joined by Chief Accessibility Officer Q Arroyo. The Greif family was there, as well as local elected officials and representatives from C&D and from the project team. The construction of this elevator is part of a broader ADA initiative that includes similar accessibility projects that we ribbon cut at Hartsdale and Scarsdale earlier this year. With the addition of the Purdy's elevator, we've significantly advanced our accessibility agenda. Overall, 80% of our stations in Westchester County have achieved full accessibility, which marks substantial progress towards inclusivity and convenience for our commuters. But there's no rest for the weary for our friends at C&D. There's funding for accessibility projects at Woodlawn, Williamsbridge, and Botanical Garden in the current capital program. These really important projects are what our core mission is about, delivering excellent customer service and improving regional mobility. On February 15th, we commemorated the graduation of the class of 2022 from our Engineer, Architect, and Project Construction Management Trainee Program, what we used to call the Associate Engineers Program. This very important initiative is designed to acquire and train future engineers at our railroad. This was the 9th cohort to graduate from the program, which has its origins from 2004 and then was revived in 2012. The program lasts for 18 months, provides our trainees on-the-job technical experience and professional development. Engineer trainees have contributed and presented on key railroad projects, including the M&V M7 Standard Work Time Study, the BL-20 air compressor temperature study, and Hudson Line Track 1 electrification, among other important projects. The class of 2022 consisted not only of 10 Metro North engineers, but also 44 MTA C&D engineers and architects. The 10 Metro North engineers who graduated from the program have now been placed in permanent jobs, with 8 going to M&V and 2 going to M&W. I'm sorry, switch that. 8 going to M&W and 2 going to M&V. Finally, while work is underway on the $1 billion walk bridge replacement project in Norwalk, shovels will also break ground in East Norwalk in an effort to improve the overall connectivity and rail service in that community. The closure that's coming up is the first of 2 that will be taking place at East Norwalk. During this 3-week closure, CDOT will install an underground retention system in the north parking lot and will do utility work connected to the larger walk bridge project. Staggered closures are designed to allow for the safe replacement of aging railroad infrastructure and will result in reducing trip durations on the New Haven line when ultimately complete. The project includes the replacement of the railroad bridge over Fort Point Street, the realignment of Fort Point Street, replacement of the superstructure of the railroad bridge on Osborne Avenue, replacement of the railroad bridge over East Avenue, replacement of the superstructure for the railroad bridge over Strawberry Hill Avenue, and improvements to and replacement of the East Norwalk Railroad Station. Later this summer, the station will be closed again for 3 weeks to begin work on the north platform. Okay, so now I'm going to transition into the 2023 accomplishments and our 2024 goals. First, a little bit about ridership in 2023. Our total 2023 ridership, both east and west of Hudson, was 60.1 million, 23.4% higher than 2022's total, and roughly 69% of our 2019 total. City ticket revenue achieved 8.1 million and 1.5 million in ticket sales in 2023. With the opening of Grand Central Madison service, we introduced the combo ticket. We achieved 741,000 in combo ticket revenue from 36.8 thousand ticket sales. As noted last month, our seasonal ridership has been very encouraging in comparison to pre-pandemic ridership, boosted by recovering tourism and very strong travel during the holiday season. We saw significant improvement in total revenue losses from fare evasion, a reduction of 35%. 2023 annual average weekday ridership as a percentage of weekdays in the same month was 71.8%. Same month in 2019, excuse me. 2023 annual average weekday ridership, including holidays, as a percentage of weekend days in the same month was 76.5, which is actually also very positive. With respect to our performance, in spite of everything that Mother Nature threw our way in 2023, including some major rain events, we had consistently high on-time performance, and we finished the year at over 97%. This does not just happen. It really is the result of amazing teamwork. Kudos to Justin and the entire team for the service delivery that occurred throughout 2023. The 4th year straight that we've surpassed the goal, which is the 2nd time in history that we've achieved that level of performance. Our MBDF for the fleet was 383,000. Jeff Weston here is our CMO, who's at the end of the table there. Kudos to Jeff and his team for all that they did to achieve such high levels of MDBF above the goal of 175,000 miles. In total in 2013, our year-end MDBF was 328,000. I'm sorry, that was December was the 383. I think I said that. The year-end was 328,000, again, well above goal. After a successful pilot in 2022, we deployed the laser train to help fight slip slide on commuter rail tracks. We safely cleaned 24,000 miles of track, which resulted in a 70% reduction in slip slide related train delays, which reduced maintenance costs and improved operations overall, as well as safety across the railroad. 2023, we had 11 major storm-related weather events which impacted our daily operations. Thank you again to the men and women of Metro North who kept our service running through those very impactful rain and wind events. On the safety front, our reportable customer injury rate decreased from 2.38 to 2.00 per 1 million customers in the 12-month reporting period compared to the prior 12 months. Reportable employee lost time injury rate decreased from 2.14 to 1.93 per 200,000 working hours compared to the prior 12 months. Our customer community outreach program tracks totaled 69,984 in-person contacts in 2023, which is significant, and 906,000 contacts via our website and social media. We conducted rail safety outreach at 84 stations and 18 grade crossings on the Harlem, Hudson, New Haven, and West of Hudson lines, showing that we truly do put safety first. On the people front, this is again the tale of the leaky bucket, which we've been talking about for the last several years. We employ 6,237 employees. We have budgeted headcount of 67.3, so we have a vacancy rate of 7%. We are thrilled that we were able to hire 588 new employees and promote 307. However, we lost 388 to attrition. So we're ahead of the game, but we're still losing a lot of people to attrition every year. With all the new hires and continued annual certification and qualifications, our operations training officers achieved more than 301,000 instructor-led in-person training hours, 8,000 plus classes offered, such an important part to keeping the operation safe. We continue to work very closely with our friends in the MTA People organization to review and analyze opportunities to really improve attraction, hiring, promotion, retention, knowledge transfer, all the things that are so important. Opportunities to build on such initiatives that we did in 2023, such as reducing time to hire, growing the hiring of a particularly difficult title, the railcar electrical mechanics, building on the successful engineer training program that I outlined at the top of the agenda, additional cohorts of our operations managers development program, and trying to identify high potential leaders. You've heard a lot about the FBR, the Fiscal Baseline Reset effort. We realized approximately $13 million in savings and operating efficiencies and cost reductions in 2023. Our New York target for 2024 was $40 million. Actually, we have to overachieve a bit because savings that are attributable to the state of Connecticut don't count towards our New York target. So we actually had to identify $60 million in savings to be able to meet the New York target of $40 million. So our 4 strategies in terms of reducing costs, we're using advanced OT data analytics, our standard work pilot, which you'll hear about in a little bit, greater optimization of materials management, and capitalizing relevant projects where we can. We're committed to using everything at our disposal to be able to meet these targets and operate more efficiently. So that's a little bit about our 2023 performance. How does that inform our 2024 goals? So we essentially have 5 goals across the board, and I'm going to talk a little bit about each one of them and some of the initiatives that we've put into place to be able to advance those goals. So you see on the slide, providing safe and reliable service, operating more efficiently, delivering on our infrastructure projects and our resiliency improvements, developing and engaging our people, and last but certainly not least, providing an excellent customer experience. So on the service front, what does that all mean? So what do we want to do in 2024? We want to improve travel times without compromising safety. We're advancing multiple resiliency projects, including raising our track bed near Garrison, which is work that is actually ongoing now. We want to continue to reduce customer FRA reportable injuries. Our goal is a reduction of 5% across our 3-year average. And we want to continue to look for opportunities to reduce fare evasion across our system. In terms of operating more efficiently, we're beginning our standard work pilot at Croton Harmon. We're collecting what we learn. The plan is to implement new standards by Q3 of 2024 forward for annualized savings from standardized work across the network and just identifying better ways of doing business for our people. We'll set up our portfolio of resources to continue to scale up that effort into 2025 and beyond. We're continuing to advance EAM implementation across the railroad, which will allow us to bring critical assets and maintenance activities into our computerized maintenance management system, modernizing our system and our approach to improve reliability and cost efficiency. Yep. Oh, what? Oh, we lost a slide there? I think we've got some slides that are missing. So I'll keep talking even though we seem to have missing slides. We're going to continue to focus on our infrastructure program and advocate for additional capital investments to reach a state of good repair. Delivering on our infrastructure projects, we have annual targets for our maintenance program. Rail replacement between 8 and 10 miles, between 35,000 and 45,000 tie production, and 30 to 35 switch replacements. Developing our people, we want to continue to invest in our employees by furnishing a clean and safe workplace, providing effective and engaging training, building upon our existing succession planning program. We want to reduce employee lost time injury rates by a 5% reduction across our 3-year average. And then we really want to beef up and ramp up our existing succession planning program in conjunction with our partners at the People Tower, for 100% of our retirement eligible employees over the next 3 years. Finally, we want to continue to provide an excellent customer experience. We're very proud of the results that were presented at last month's committee meeting. We are committed to keeping our customer satisfaction rate above 85%. One of the initiatives to do that is to provide support on improving accessibility through the boarding assistant pilot program that we intend to launch at Croton, Harmon, and New Rochelle stations this year. So that concludes my 2024 goals and 2023 performance update, and I'm happy to answer any questions before we turn the mic over to Rob.
Any questions from the committee? Okay. Rob?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I'll follow the same process, going over my normal talking points for the month and then going to a slight look back and our goals for 2024. So we're beginning the year on a high note, starting with ridership. Total ridership increased by 17% compared to January of 2023, and for the 5th straight month, non-commutation ridership surpassed the same month in 2019, exceeding it by 10.4%. Monthly ticket sales also increased by 33% compared to January of 23 and 10% versus December of 23. On-time performance is impressively high as well. January on-time performance came in above goal at 95.1%. Our best performance since the opening of Grand Central Madison. This is a testament to the hard work of our employees by minimizing the impacts of a snow event and the frigid temperatures which followed all that week. We have new timetables coming out March 4th, which will both accommodate track work throughout the system and improve the customer experience. 2 additional trains will be added from Penn Station during the evening, one to Babylon and one to Ronkonkoma. These trains will reduce wait times in loading onboard current trains following Madison Square Garden events. In the AM peak, we're adding another through train from Long Beach to Atlantic Terminal. And during the PM peak, there will be 2 additional trains from Atlantic Terminal, one to West Hempstead and one to Wantagh. Again, these updated timetables come as a result of customer requests and extensive analysis of ridership patterns. I think we skipped one. Right? Yeah. March is the month when much of our yearly state of good repair proactive maintenance programs kick into gear, and next month is no exception. With winter coming to an end, knock on wood, our engineering group has 6 grade crossing renewals scheduled for next month alone. The work will take place on the Huntington, Montauk, and Ronkonkoma branches. In addition, weeknight service between Jamaica and Brooklyn will temporarily be reduced from 3 to 2 trains per hour, beginning at 9 p.m. for westbound service and 10 p.m. for eastbound service due to track work. However, we will provide additional trains following select Barclays Center events to make sure event goers have a comfortable ride home as well. Remember to please check the Train Time app and our website for updated schedule information. Making our system 100% accessible is a vision shared by everyone at the Long Island Railroad. And I recently had the pleasure of updating the Long Island Railroad ADA Task Force as to where we stand with projects and programs of particular interest to the ADA community. At the February 6th meeting, Task Force advocates were given updates on the Long Island Railroad CARE program as well as current and upcoming ADA station construction projects. Currently in progress is a 9-station ADA improvements package, whereby another 7 Long Island Railroad stations will receive elevators for the first time, and 2 will receive replacements. At the meeting, MTA Chief Accessibility Officer Cumel Arroyo announced plans for an upcoming survey for the first time will focus on accessibility needs for our commuter rail passengers, with the goal of improving their customer experience. As we build a better railroad, we want to ensure that the system is accessible to all, and we will continue to welcome an open dialogue with everyone who shares that vision. As hockey fans and hockey teams have found that taking the Long Island Railroad to UBS Arena is the quickest and most convenient way to get there, we have found yet another reason to take the Long Island Railroad. The MTA and UBS Arena are piloting a program in the Train Time app that rewards customers for taking the train to Elmont UBS Station for events. For each qualifying event, UBS will randomly award $20 electronic food and beverage vouchers to 225 lucky winners. The pilot phase of this opt-in sweepstakes began with the Stevie Nicks concert on February 14th. Good luck, and remember, the Long Island Railroad is the best way to get to UBS Arena. The Long Island Railroad was fortunate to have another employee recognized as MTA Hero of the Week due to the fine work of a conscientious train crew member and an MTA PD detective who found and returned a lost bag of money to its owner. Assistant Conductor Chris Nacito and Detective Kristen Riker were named MTA Heroes of the Week for serving up a mini Thanksgiving Day miracle to one local family. That afternoon, Nacito was clearing a train in Ronkonkoma when he found a bag containing $31,850. The find was reported to the MTA PD, and through some incredible investigative work, Detective Riker managed to track down the identity of the bag's owner, and the bag was retrieved from Penn Station Lost and Found. This is yet another example of the true professionalism and dedication of our workforce. Congratulations and thank you to everyone involved. This also serves as a reminder to make sure you take all your items when exiting the train. And now, I'd like to review some of the Long Island Railroad's accomplishments in 2023 and present our goals for 2024. As we know, 2023 was a generational year for the Long Island Railroad, and we wanted to highlight some of the more impactful achievements. So, to start, as we know, we opened Grand Central Madison successfully, I might add. We increased service by an unheard of 41%. Total ridership was 65.2 million. That's over 24% compared to 2022. We completed 99.6% of our trips. We achieved $15 million in budget savings, and customer satisfaction increased to 70%. We also reduced employee reportable injuries by 12%. It was quite a year, but we want to continue that momentum as we move forward. So with the Long Island Railroad, we're focused on safety, reliability, and the customer experience. And from that focus, we derived our goals. We identified 5 key elements and priorities. We'll start with operating safe service. To summarize this goal, we want to maintain a safe traveling environment for customers and employees. Now, as I mentioned before, we've seen some improvements in our employee injury rate, but we want to improve some of those successes that we had, and we want to reduce employee injuries by 5% over a 3-year average. We want to install 175 cameras throughout the system. Now, currently we have about 16,000 cameras, about 11,000 onboard trains, and about another 5,000 at facilities, whether it be employee facilities or the station environment. We want to work with the MTA PD. We want to enhance the onboard safety by optimizing the train patrol program. Now, this is a highly successful program which Chief Muller has been a true advocate for and has really riled up the troops to actively get involved. And this program consists of uniformed police officers boarding a train and walking through the train as it progresses. We just want to make sure that the officers are on the right trains at the right times, going to the right locations. We want to maintain a platform presence in Jamaica. Now, we want to have uniform officers on the platforms and on the overpasses. This provides a sense of security for our customers and our employees. And in the event that there is an incident, there's a quick response from the officers. And we want to improve conditions at destination stations such as Jamaica, Atlantic Terminal, and Penn Station. Now, as we've seen in the customer survey, we've seen improvements at these particular locations, both in terms of overall satisfaction and safety. We will continue to build on that. Improving the customer experience. We want to increase customer satisfaction and encourage ridership. Now, as you may recall, we just missed our goal last year of 94% by about 154 trains. And I still say that's remarkable considering everything that was instituted last year. But this year, we want to achieve the 94% on-time performance. We want to streamline the transfer experience at Jamaica Station. Again, we've made great strides in that. In the customer survey, for customers who transfer regularly, we've seen a 5% increase in customer satisfaction. And in Jamaica, we saw a 9% increase in customer satisfaction. But we have work to do in that aspect. When you look at bullet point 2 and bullet point 5, Jamaica Station on-time performance, in order to improve the transfer experience, we need to get the trains into Jamaica Station more reliably and closer to schedule. Our team is working very hard on this aspect, and we're going to hopefully develop some metrics to identify where we see problems and make adjustments in upcoming schedules. So that's a big lift. And also during the off-peak period, we want to align the trains more closely together between a Grand Central and a Penn Station train. Instead of waiting, hopefully the trains can get there as close as possible together. We're going to implement our Station Spruce Up program. Now, this is a program which includes total renovations, which we all like to see, but there's also the little things that we can do to improve the station experience. When you walk up to a station, that's the first thing you see at the railroad. You want to make a good impression. So it includes things as converting our regular lighting to LED lighting, replacing station signage, doing small landscaping projects, heavy-duty cleaning, and bathroom components. You may not need to completely gut a bathroom. It just may mean you could replace the dividers in the bathroom, and that will enhance the bathroom itself. Bathroom satisfaction is a big pet peeve of mine, and I've really pressed on our group, both on board and station. I know they're working hard, but that's something we really want to improve upon. Customer satisfaction, overall, we did increase to 70% last year, which was great, but we want to do better, and we're going to try to achieve a 75% customer satisfaction. Now, that's a big jump, but we think we can accommodate that. Okay. Build a better railroad. This is basically state of good repair, right? We want to maximize capital program funding to maintain and plan a railroad for the future. Now, we've implemented a lot of new infrastructure at the railroad the last couple of years, but if you don't have the rest of the facility in a state of good repair, well maintained, you cannot support that new infrastructure. So we want to maximize planned outages. We want a 90% utilization, meaning that when we schedule an outage, we want to make sure it's taken. Track access is at a premium, especially with the service we deliver. So we want to make sure the field personnel are taking the scheduled outage and the operations center is providing that outage. And when we do take that outage, we want to make sure there's as many work activities as possible to be efficient and maximize that outage. We actually measure ourselves on outages in relation to how close they are to schedule. So if an outage was supposed to be at 10 o'clock p.m., we want to make sure we're giving that outage as close to 10 o'clock p.m. as possible. We want to reduce the number of switch failures by 5%. Looking at 2023, for the engineering group, switch failures were our highest category of delays, particularly at Harold Interlocking. Now, the group has done an incredible job of reducing those switch failures, but we want to continue to do so as they have a direct impact on our operational reliability. We want to complete 4 ADA stations. I mentioned earlier we have 9 stations in progress. We want to complete 4 of them alone this year to ensure that the railroad is 100% accessible. And Long Island Railroad Forward, we've talked about that in the past. That's a proactive maintenance program where we address problems before they become a habitual problem. Things such as switch replacements, crossing renewals. Again, I mentioned we're going to take on 6 crossings in the month of March alone. And joint eliminations. That means installing things such as continuous welded rail and actually welding joints as they're a weak spot within the rail infrastructure. Run an efficient railroad. We want to maximize productivity and efficiency by streamlining processes, filling critical vacancies, and improving fare collection. Now, as part of the 2024 budget plan, we will achieve $60 million in savings through various efforts such as overtime reductions, efficiencies, and material savings. We're going to develop an overtime reduction plan. We're going to improve employee availability by, again, develop an employee availability plan. And we want to create dashboards. We want to work smarter, right? Not harder. We want to increase the use of analytics on our system. It'll help us track, trend, and identify issues before they become a larger problem. We want to reduce fare evasion. We want to increase the successful gating programs, ensure our crews are positioned in the right locations on the right trains, and we're going to explore ticket validity periods and activation policies. And finally, we want to energize and develop our most important asset, our workforce. We will energize our employees by improving internal communications and recognize employee achievements. Employees want to hear thank you. They may say they don't want to, but people need to hear a thank you, that their work is acknowledged and appreciated more than anything else. So things such as years of service, when you're dealing with an environment where employees work over 30 years, seniority means something, and acknowledging that they've put in the time and have done a job well done needs to be recognized. Another example is lack of sick usage. That's something else we want to recognize. We want to enhance and develop recognition ceremonies that currently exist. We want employees to feel when they walk away from a recognition that they truly achieved something, that they accomplished something, they made a tremendous contribution to our system. We also want to celebrate the Long Island Railroad's long, rich history. In April, we'll have our 190th anniversary. And finally, we want to have an employee town hall. This will give us an opportunity to communicate our goals, our vision, provide updates on certain initiatives, and answer questions of our employees. It'll give us an opportunity to address a vast number of our employees while doing so. So thank you, and that concludes my report, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Rob? Neil?
It's a fairly generic question, Rob, but first of all, thank you for your goal setting and presentation. It's important as a new leader to have a vision going forward and then some theories or some tasks about how to do that. JANO has a similarly structured one at the corporate, to use a term, the corporate level. I don't know what you want to call it, the authority level, the agency level. How much, and this is again a general question, how much does your plan dovetail with his?
Well, I think if you look at both of our goals, they align with I believe it was 8 priorities that JANO had sent out for the agency, and we were sure to look at that and make sure our goals and priorities aligned with those.
Yeah, and I raised that in part because it's easier for you, but frankly, to your point about your town hall, it's really important for people in any organization to not see there's 8 things here, there's 6 things over here, there's 4 over there, and you get confused. So my advice is, if you've done it already, great. If you haven't done it to some extent, I would just make sure and if you can use the exact same words in certain places, that doesn't hurt, because again, it's not like the employee works for both Long Island Railroad and the MTA. Just makes your life easier in communicating.
Yes, Jerry?
Yeah, yeah, Rob, you'd mentioned the transfer opportunities in Jamaica, trying to make more closely align the Grand Central trains and the Penn Station trains. I would just ask that you let your schedule makers know that they need to allow for the up and overs. Closely aligning the trains is great when it's an across-platform transfer, but if it's an up and over, it could take 2 or 3 minutes, and you see people scrambling up and down those stairs, and it's a safety factor too. So just something to consider.
No, Jerry, we're well aware of that, and as we've been improving our reliability and our on-time performance, we're seeing less of that, right? And that's why I stress the fact that we need the trains to arrive Jamaica closer to schedule, because there is time allotted in there. We just need to make sure the trains are getting there as close to schedule as possible to give the customers the ease and the comfort of knowing that they will make their train.
Thank you. Yes, Norm?
Yeah, I'm going to compliment the agency, which like a lot of people who've been around me for a while know, when I say I'm going to compliment somebody, people kind of cringe because sometimes my compliment doesn't come out like a compliment. But and at first I got kind of like a statistical quibble here. Somewhere I saw there that ridership was up 17%, and then I saw there that ridership was up 24%. Did I missee, or is there an angle you can give me on that to make 17 equal 24?
The 24% was for the year. The 17% was January to January.
Yeah, okay. I guess I follow that, but it's close anyway. Now, that's my compliment part of it is ridership's gone up più o meno 20%, and that's 1 out of 5. That's a huge change, and that's really what we should be focusing on all the systems, bus, subway, commuter rails. It's like real estate, it's location, location, location. Mass transit, it's service, service, service. And what the customers really want, you can sometimes hear it from the throng of public speakers, is they really want more service. In the end of the day, they want more service, more service, more service. Now, 24% is an expansion, a beautiful expansion. However, on the other side, you put a statistic down that service went up 40%, which I never really bought anyway. And I think if you hack the numbers down, you'll come up with a number that's pretty close to each other. But still, it's a big improvement. But that's what we got to do, is get more trains out there for people to ride. Granted, it may not look good in the fare box operating ratio, but it's just such a wonderful expansion. You've done so many different things in this last year. You look at all these statistics, it's kind of a black swan year. It won't repeat itself because did I misstate something, Neil? You looked at me like, why'd you use that?
Well, black swan's a very scary thing. It's like as you know, like the book was written about the notion of the financial crisis that no one knew was coming, kind of thing. So you're saying we have a black swan coming. The guy to your right is probably very stressed about that.
Well, it shows you how many books I read. Let's put it that way. I was thinking more of the movie, but regardless, it's expanding service, and any way you can get to tweak the service. I know I've complained over the years about less direct service into Brooklyn, which sometimes, it seems to rear its head over and over and over again. But in the end of the day, you're getting a lot more people riding the train. And if you got 40% more service, okay, and if it's 99% on time, like the Brooklyn shuttle is, you really get more service. You really get more ridership. As people know, every 12, 15 minutes there's going to be a train in there for them. And if they get and the train's gone, then they only got to wait 7 minutes. And it really is and I don't, I'm sure people would rather pay less to go from Jamaica to Flatbush Ave. But on the other hand, they want that train there. And you guys are doing that over and over again. I'm very happy with those numbers.
Thank you. Midori, you have a question?
Hi. So, Rob, you're not going to be surprised at the question I'm going to ask. So I've been taking the train here and there from Atlantic Terminal to Jamaica, often in the middle of the day, and just curious about what you're deploying as headways during the midday. And perhaps we have construction issues, but just want to ask about what off-peak or midway headways look like compared to the morning and afternoon peak, which I know there's been a lot of intentionality around.
Well, obviously, in any scenario, morning peak service is much more frequent no matter where you're traveling to. But in the off-peak period, midday, it's half an hour service, and that's a result of track work, necessary track work that's taken place down in the Atlantic Avenue Tunnel. And post-PM peak, it's normally 3 trains an hour, which is about 20-minute intervals. But again, we have a track work program coming up, and it's temporary. It's not, forever. To accommodate the Barclays events, as I said, we will run extra trains from there. But post-PM peak, it'll be half an hour service temporarily until we can finish this track work.
And may I ask for the midday? So you're saying that there's track work. What is the track work? What is it going to do in terms of improve service for folks and make sure that our system is in a state of good repair?
Well, I'll say a couple things, and if I forget something, Paul, please jump in. But first and foremost is federally mandated inspections that have to take place. So we perform those inspections, which happen. It's I forget how many miles off the top of my head it is, but it's a long stretch that we have to inspect that rail. And then on top of that, we're currently in the process of doing a rail replacement program, I believe. We're also doing tunnel lighting down there, things of that nature. It's, to improve the reliability of the service down there. in the recent past, we've had some problems in the East New York area with broken rails and everything, so the team has identified that as a critical location to replace the rail. So, you have to remember, during the peak periods, it's difficult, right? You don't, by the time you get out and deploy your forces, you don't have a lot of time. So these programs do take longer than, if we could do them straight through. So, Paul, did I miss something?
You covered most of it. We have some tie replacement work we're doing, and ultimately we are going to be doing some switch replacements down in East New York this year.
Great. And so it sounds like there's a lot of work around the East New York, and we want to make sure those tracks are safe and ready to go. So I completely understand that. I am curious about if there is a timetable for this work to be done, or do we just think this will kind of be the way it is for the next few months?
As far as midday will be for the foreseeable future, because we do have those mandated inspections that we have to perform. So, and the work will go over a couple of timetables midday, so it will be for the foreseeable future.
Okay, no, I appreciate the focus on the post PM, because Barclays Center is a place I like to go to as well. But really great venue there, and good to get folks out in and out of that facility. But yeah, I think when you see headways, but in our discussions at some point you've talked about, hey, making this the headways of subways on the peak, but then we forget, the off peak, it's just significant more headways, and that's the reality. We totally understand. But it's just good to ensure that we're kind of telling the whole picture. But I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And to all the folks working down there in those tracks, it's really important work.
Okay. Thank you, Madhu. And we do monitor ridership patterns down there significant, to make sure that we're providing enough service for our customers.
Thank you. Before we move on to operations, just a quick question. Will there be an update of these goals scheduled for later on this year?
Yeah, I think there's a work plan item for bid year, just to sort of see how we're doing. July, is that what it is?
right?
Yeah, I think it's
Okay,
July.
gotcha.
So we'll update them then.
Perfect. Thank you. And now Justin Vanishek will be giving a report on Metro North operations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. The operation report begins on page 12. Metro North's service delivered rate for January was 99.9%. Our system-wide OTP for January was 98.5%, above our goal of 94%. This was our highest January OTP in over a decade, and the credit goes to the entire Metro North team who worked tirelessly to ensure reliable service for our customers. Moving on to the fleet, as Kathy mentioned, the MDBF for the fleet was 383,000 miles in December, above goal of 175. And in 2023, our year-end MDBF was also above goal at 331,000 miles. There were several key factors which led to the overall reliability of the equipment. Such factors include improvements to the positive train control system, replacement and renewal of various door assemblies, replacement of M7 electric coupler jumpers, decrease in initial failures during the BL20 overhauls, and a reduction in wheel true activity associated with our laser train operations. Achieving this goal is no small feat and is a testament to the time and effort dedicated by our maintenance of equipment team to ensure the overall reliability of our equipment. And finally, on March 12th and 13th, Metro North will be hosting the first industry-wide C3RS Confidential Close Call Reporting System Symposium at Grand Central Terminal. Senior leadership from all participating commuter railroads, Class 1 freight railroads, the FRA, and NASA will all be in attendance. I cannot overemphasize the importance of this event as we collectively contribute to advancing safety and excellence within our industry. That concludes the report, unless there's any questions.
Thank you, Justin. Any questions? Okay, Tom Coast will be giving a report for Long Island Rail.
Good morning, everyone. Total on-time performance for the month of January, as Rob mentioned, was 95.1%, above goal of 94%. For the month of January, 7 branches operated at or above goal. For major events which result in 10 or more late trains, there were 21 incidents for the month of January. The most significant event occurred on January 17th, which was caused by a significant snowstorm followed by freezing temperatures. This event resulted in 67 delays, negatively impacting on-time performance by 0.3%. For our fleet performance, the MDBF for the month of December was 176,622 miles, above goal of 170,000 miles. And MDBF for 2023 was 170,752 miles, also above goal of the 170,000 miles. One component which was a driver in the MDBF reduction for 2023 were analog control units that were on the M7 fleet, which have since been replaced. For service delivery, we completed 99.4% of our trips for the month of January. For upcoming work that will impact service on the weekends of March 2nd and 3rd, track maintenance will take place between Great Neck and Port Washington. Buses will replace trains between Great Neck and Port Washington for approximately 48 hours. And one of the grade crossings Rob mentioned on Saturday, March 23rd, crossing renewal at Lewis Road, along with various piggybacking activities, will take place between Babylon and Montauk. Buses will replace trains between Babylon and Montauk for approximately 24 hours. Please check the website and train time map for our updated schedules. That concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions? Okay, moving on to safety report. Shelley Prettyman will be giving the report for Metro North.
Good morning. Metro North Safety Report can be found on page 15 of the Performance Metrics book. And President Rinaldi's remarks included the year-end customer and employee injury rates, which coincide with the current 12-month reporting period ending December 2023. So I won't repeat those here. She also highlighted our public outreach and education program results for the year, which contribute to improving customer safety. So building on that, I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the ongoing partnership of Metro North operations with the Office of System Safety in investigating each employee incident that occurs, which is so critical to improving employee safety throughout the year. In the interest of time, I'll conclude my remarks there. I'd be happy to answer any questions, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Any questions? Okay. Lori will be giving the report for Long Island.
Good morning, and our report can be found on page 30 of your book. Our customer injury rate reportable went from 2.53 to 2.56, and our employee reportable lost time injury rate increased from 4.37 to 4.46. We've highlighted, we reached over 6,100 contacts at a emergency responder expo, where we get a lot of our referrals for our free training to emergency responders and to tracks for the community education and outreach. Also wanted to highlight, since soft tissue injuries tend to be an ongoing struggle, that we completed in partnership with the Transportation Department and our labor partners a study through a third-party ergonomist of 11 tasks that are performed by our conductors and engineers, with the goal of focusing on those to see how we might address maybe some of the risks and challenges with those types of injuries. And happy to take any questions you may have.
Thanks, Lori. Any questions? Okay, moving on to our MTA Police Report. Chief Mueller will be giving a presentation. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning. For the month of January 23, we had 39 major crimes in our system. Again, we continue to get plagued with two majors, is grand larceny and felony assault. In fact, of the 39 crimes that we saw, only 7 were other than grand larceny and felony assault. We had 5 robberies, 1 grand larceny, and we also had a burglary. I want to thank our Chief Customer Service Officer, Shanifa Riera, for helping us with unattended property. That's really the biggest driver of our grand larceny crimes. People are not looking over their stuff, and she and her team came up with an excellent marketing campaign on the trains to say, just keep an eye on things and try not to doze off. The felony assaults, which there were 14 of the 39 major crimes this year, this month, 9 of those were perpetrated against police officers. And this is something that we're seeing on a larger scale in the region and the country, assaults against police officers. And I believe a lot of it also has to do with our increased enforcement, on our system. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And we also have, at the request of the presidents, a very brief presentation about train patrols.
Yes, Jerry?
Chief, it might sound like a silly question, but what's the difference between a robbery and a burglary?
A burglary is dealing more with a dwelling, where someone breaks into a residence or a business facility, breaks in and steals things. A robbery is forcible taking of property from another person.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you got any way to separate out statistically between somebody that had their phone, says they had their phone pickpocketed, and somebody that left the phone on the, I mean, is there a way to separate it out? Is that, I mean, I see people leave their phones all over the place. And
Yes, sir. There are, it's a great question. What happens is we're governed by the penal law. So a pickpocket, as you described, someone pulling a phone out of someone's pocket is a grand larceny because it's a theft off of a person. Now, it could also be a grand larceny if it was left on a seat if the value exceeded $1,000. So we're pretty much governed by what the penal law categories are of how we parse it out. But we do look very carefully at that because, again, we want to make sure, with our precision policing model, we are where we need to be when we need to be there, dealing with the things we need to deal with.
So to the pickpocket people, though, people are reporting they felt somebody go in their pocket. Did it originate in basically the same places where you would say tourists will be, Times Square, blah blah blah?
It can be. With the pickpocketing, a lot of times because it's a felony, our detectives, and they do a great job, will go back to onboard video and video in terminals and be able to actually see the act take place. So that's a lot of it. And generally people are very honest. They may say, listen, I fell asleep and I left my phone there or whatever. Or I had my jacket on the above, storage area, and when I came back, it wasn't there anymore. So it really depends.
Well, attributed to the police that think that people are very honest. I'm someone that thinks they lie out of their mouth almost constantly. And a teenager that loses their phone, I mean, if I lost a phone, as if I ever had one when I was a kid, and I told my father I got pickpocketed, he'd still slap me around. It really wouldn't change very much.
Yeah, I think it's the power of video really makes people have to tell the truth, because we take a look at it after the fact and see.
Or you just tell them we have video.
We always tell them we have video because we have video everywhere. So the train patrol program. So we know that, we've had train patrol for quite some time. This isn't a new thing, but we did feel like we had to nuance it a little bit and really focus in on, what we were looking for. So a lot of this is very data focused on how we do our train patrol. For example, we do on average a week 800 to 900 trains, which really exponentially adds to if you say just on average there's 10 cars to a train, you're talking to 8,000 to 9,000 actual cars that our officers walk through every single run. And we really look hard at how we analyze and how we deploy people. We want, again, the precision policing model is always going to be, where are the crimes, where's the fear of public safety. So we're looking at a lot of different data analytics. We look at surveys. Surveys are very valuable to us because we're able to see, where is there a lower percentage of the feeling of safety at a particular station or a train or a platform. So as I mentioned, we have 800 to 900 trains every single week that we patrol. As far as the outreach, we really look at and we refer to this, and I've said it before, as our platinum customers. We look at our platinum customers as our fellow MTA employees, our conductors, our engineers, our people that were our station managers, our cleaners. These are our platinum customers. So we do a lot with outreach in terms of having conductor town halls, for example, where we can sit down and listen to them, because no one really knows better as to what's happening on individual runs than our conductors. So we hear from them about, where they feel like we should be, and we also look at, a lot of fare evasion data, very important, very, it's a big deal for us. And I can just say, which you can see the increase, and maybe that's where some of the felony assaults on our men and women of the MTA PD are coming. We've doubled our enforcement, doubled our summonses this time last year. So from 22 to 23, we've doubled our summonses. One of the biggest things, and I'll close with this, is we changed the policy as to how we enforce fare evasion. So traditionally, we would discuss this with the conductor about someone who didn't pay their fare, and there would be a back and forth on the train, and maybe the officer would use discretion and say you can remain on the train. But in talking to our platinum customers, our conductors, it didn't really work well, because now you have a person who they tried to get fare from, they didn't pay the fare, we allowed them to remain there, and it's not a safe situation. So we changed the policy with the blessing of our chairman to you must take the fare dispute off of the train onto the platform. We can still exercise discretion on the platform. Doesn't mean that someone's definitely going to, see enforcement of a summons or an arrest, but it is no longer on the train. And that's kind of we always thought that was counterintuitive to stay on the train. You have thousands of people that are on the train that are paying customers. You have one person who's disrupting, the daily commute, and yet they're the ones inconveniencing everybody else. So now we will take the one person, take them off the train, de-escalate the situation, and then the officers will make a decision as to whether or not they're going to, summons or eject from the property, or maybe let them get on another train. So that's our train patrol. We're constantly refining it. We're constantly, looking at the different nuances of how we can be better. Again, a lot of it comes from the ADL and the fare evasion. Where is the fare evasion occurring the most? And it's also very important that we insist that our officers, and they do a very good job with it now, of walking through every single train car. If the trains are crowded, we will ask them to get onto the platform, walk down the platform, and jump on another car. Because we know that, the feeling of safety and security is really driven by the people seeing us on the trains, being visible, and you can really, if you're hitting 8,000 some odd trains every week, that really translates into hundreds of thousands of people. So we'll continue to work on this. Great partnership with our conductors, great partnership and insight with our presidents of both railroads. We're very grateful for it, and we'll continue to work on this. But I think it's thus far been a very successful program, and I'm available to answer any questions if you like.
Thank you, Chief. Vinny?
Yeah, not a question, Chief. Thank you. We appreciate everything you've done, your leadership team, and most of all, the MTA Police Department. These patrols have really started to show some value. It's an ongoing process, as we always say, and your team is very willing to take our feedback day in and day out. The unfortunate part is the fact that we have so much more presence, that there are an increased assaults against your officers, which, as certainly somebody that's spoken about our conductors getting assaulted is not acceptable. It's certainly unacceptable to assault our police officers as well. The real message should be to the misbehaving ridership that's out there is that we're on this. We're going to stay on it. Fare evasion is an important component now on our property to make sure that fares are collected properly. So our conductors are going to be on board doing their jobs diligently, especially knowing that we have the support of the police department to back us up when we need it. And the gating programs that we talk about often that are so successful are successful because behind those conductors are police officers making sure that those fares are validated or collected. So we got to stay on it and keep our cops and our crews safe.
Thank you. Jerry?
Yes, I just wanted to applaud that change of policy. I think that's great. Take the situation off the train. And speaking for the riders, we appreciate that.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Chief, for your presentation. Moving on to information items. Kathy, can you please take us through the information items for Metro North?
Sure. There are two Metro North information items. The first is the adopted budget and 2024 financial plan, and then the second is the 2023 year in review, which I just presented.
Thank you. Rob?
We have three information items: the adopted budget, financial plan, the 2023 year in review, and the March timetable and spring track work programs. They're all in the book.
Great. I think with respect to the finance reports, that is in the book. We move on to procurements. Chair.
Good morning.
Sorry, go ahead.
There are two procurements this morning for the board to consider. The Long Island Railroad, on behalf of Metro North Railroad and New York City Transit, presents to the board two items for your consideration and review and approval. Both items are with the firm Mitsubishi Electric Power Products, Inc., otherwise known or referred to as MEPI. Both are critical contracts in support of the agency's operating agency's service reliability plan. One contract is for critical HVAC and propulsion replacement parts for Metro North's M7, M8, and Long Island Railroad's M7 and New York City Transit's subway cars. The second contract is for the provision of M7 propulsion system overhaul kits, which include critical inverter box and high voltage box distribution boxes. Both are presently configured on the M7 fleet for the two commuter railroads and are currently functioning beyond their useful life of 15 years. In negotiating each contract, the MTA compared MEPI's pricing to present pricing to previous pricing obtained by the MTA in past procurements to determine price reasonableness. Each contract has a base term, and subsequent terms are tied to a producer price index, PPI, to determine cost reasonableness for each subsequent term. For the HVAC and propulsion replacement part contract, NEPI proposed an initial proposal of $151 million. The MTA Long Island Railroad was able to negotiate a contract of $142 million. This represents a $9 million cost savings, or a 7% cost reduction. For this is a blanket contract for a 5-year term funded by each agency's operating budget, and there is no minimum requirements for this contract. The second contract for the propulsion inverter box and bench test equipment, NEPI proposed an initial proposal of $681 million. The MTA Long Island Railroad was successful in negotiating a contract of $589 million. This represents a 13% price reduction and a savings of $91 million. This contract is for a 10-year term, and similar to the parts contract, will be paid for out of each agency's planned operating budget. The MTA has determined that the prices are fair and reasonable, and I submit these to you for your approval.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions on either procurement? If not, may I have a motion? Thank you. Second? Thank you, Neil. Any questions or anything? Okay, all in favor? Thank you. Motion to approve is approved. Great. And having said that, we're having an adjournment now. May I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Thank you, Midori, in a second. Thank you, Sammy. All in favor? Aye. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the Department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently. For that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable, and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoyed cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper, cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here. We sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day, I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time. It tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation.
Morning, everyone. I'd like to call the New York City Transit Committee to order. Can we start with our safety announcements, please?
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. Let's move on to our public speakers, please.
Good morning. We have 20 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Michael Ring, followed by Jessica Spezio.
Hiya, my name is Michael Ring. I'm speaking on 2 subjects today. The first, I'm wearing a hat that says Disabled in Action. I am representing that organization. When you came in the building this morning, you might have seen us protesting a little. We'd like you to settle the case so that you maintain the elevators on the manufacturer's schedule so people with disabilities can go and come from work. In the last meeting, the police was speaking, and many times they talked about the perception of safety and everyone's feelings. If you were to maintain the elevators regularly, people who need them would feel better about taking them. They'd feel like they can get to work and get back home because they'd be less likely to break down when they want to get home. I don't know what the fight is about, but we've got to get those elevators maintained on a schedule. I'll take off that hat and speak as co-chair of the Accessible Transit Advisory Committee. I would like to talk about congestion pricing. I lived in Brooklyn my whole life. I grew up in Sheepshead Bay. I live in Park Slope. For 35 years of my life, I owned a car. I would like to challenge my neighbors and my family and everyone I know that lives in Brooklyn and the whole city. Look at your calendar. How many times in the month of January would you have driven into Manhattan? I could do that, and it doesn't happen that much. A lot of my friends think that their hair's on fire and they're freaking out over this congestion pricing. I'd like people to start doing the math. It's not going to cost most regular people a lot of money. I drove into Lower Manhattan now and then, once every other month, once a month. It's not going to change my life if I had to pay that toll. Now, I need that congestion pricing money to get the mass transit system accessible. People need that money to get the elevators installed. We need the capital funding. I mean, there's a lot of stuff we need. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jessica Spezio, followed by Vincent Padula.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jessica Spezio. I am the Administrative Assistant at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee, PCAC. I am here today to advocate for better bus service around the 5 boroughs, especially in subway deserts. As a frequent Brooklyn bus rider on both local and express buses, I've witnessed firsthand the challenges that many commuters face due to insufficient bus service, inefficient routes, and unreliable schedules, not to mention plain old traffic. That's why we're looking forward to the improvements coming to Queens and Brooklyn through the ongoing bus network redesigns. We're calling on the city to do their part by expanding bus lanes and busways. Traffic congestion often leads to delays, causing buses to fall behind schedule and making commuting a frustrating experience for riders. By installing dedicated bus lanes and busways along key routes and ensuring their proper enforcement through ABLE and ACE, we can significantly enhance the efficiency and reliability of bus service. When weekend GOs happen, so critical work can take place on subways, it's imperative that reliable bus service, including shuttle buses, gets riders where they need to go. We hope the MTA will take proactive measures to minimize canceled bus trips, especially as congestion pricing goes into effect, so drivers can get out of cars and onto transit. Lastly, with the recent uptake in incidents occurring on the subways and against transit workers, safety should continue to be a priority. If we want to create a more efficient, accessible, and equitable system that meets the needs of all residents, we need the state, city, NYPD, and all the partner agencies to continue their efforts to keep our system and riders safe. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vincent Padula, followed by David Kupferberg.
Good morning. My name is Vincent Padula, and I'm a vision teacher with the New York City Public School System and a member of the UFT and a chapter leader. And I am talking about the MTA and its discriminatory policies with persons who have a service animal. And I have a service animal, and I saw a big difference from when I was forced off of the on-demand program, phase 1. So for 6 years, from 2017 to August, I was relying mostly on on-demand, if not all. And I experienced very few opportunities where my service animal was made fun of, called a dirty animal. Why is there a dirty animal in my car? I usually got drivers who spoke English. Now I'm relying on traditional service. I'm getting drivers who speak less English and ridicule my dog. And in one instance, I was denied access. So this is, to me, discrimination at its worst. And I don't know if any of you have ever been denied access to a vehicle. I don't think anybody gets denied a bus or a train. And if I were to being given on-demand program, and I'm hoping a phase 3 would be affordable so that I can go back to using on-demand. Now, I did ask Chris, and I asked the folks who work for Chris about this, and they said, "Oh, my account is notated," and especially the carriers should know that I have a service animal. Many times on the broker service, I come to the vehicle and they don't know that I have a service animal. They ask me, why do I have an animal? And then they continue to tell me how my dog is going to dirty their vehicle. And in some instances, in one instance, actually, a member actually didn't want me to come in. So to me, it's not about not being able to share rides. It's about having the funding. They can do it when they want to, but the policy is they won't go against that. And sometimes there'll be shared rides. They can't guarantee it. And it's causing discrimination. So until I'm on phase 3 and a better on demand where I can afford it, then I'm going to be forced to
Please conclude your remarks.
And I'm hoping that they would consider this if I'm using traditional service animal.
Our next speaker is David Kupferberg, followed by John Padula.
David Kupferberg, Vice President of Bus Advocacy, Passengers United, a nonprofit transit advocacy group, 501c3 status pending. The Q44 SBS was proposed to be extended in the Queens Bus Network redesign new draft plan to Fordham Plaza. This extension would be a boon for Eastern Queens riders who currently have to travel to Educational Mile in the Bronx. Unfortunately, there are a significant amount of times when the dispatchers force the bus operators to take their layover at Hugh Grant Circle instead of the Bronx Zoo in order to maintain service integrity. The MT must not be allowed to throw in the towel on the Q44 SBS Fordham Plaza extension. Such an extension would be cheaper in the long run. It would add 7 to 10 minutes in each direction. The service planners must analyze service between each time point, identify the choke points, and find a remedy. At last month's meeting, I asked for a current route to be extended into Manhattan via the Queens Midtown Tunnel as part of the redesign. I now think otherwise because that route would serve less of Long Island City, discouraging ridership. There should be a new route. I'll call it the Q90. In Manhattan, the Q90 would serve NYU Langone Medical Center, Bellevue Hospital, and Manhattan VA Hospital. Hence, the B62 should have no route changes in Queens. The Q104 in the proposed final plan would connect with the N and W trains at the Broadway subway station. The station is not ADA compliant and would not be ADA compliant in the near future. This is unacceptable. The people of Roosevelt Island want their connections to Queensboro Plaza Station, soon to be ADA compliant, and Queens Plaza Station, currently ADA compliant, maintained. An extension of the proposed Q105 to Roosevelt Island is a perfect fit. My Q105 would serve Roosevelt Island, ADA compliant subway stations, and better serve Western Queens. Roosevelt Island riders for the Queens Center Mall could use the subway. We must all work together to have better bus service for Queens. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Padula, followed by Robert Whitaker.
Good morning, folks. My name is John Padula. I'm a supervisor with Educational Vision Services from New York City Public Schools. I'm also the newly elected chair of the Advisory Committee for Transit Accessibility. Last month, we heard two great presentations, a lot of exciting initiatives in terms of accessibility that truly does go beyond elevators and escalators. Chris P. assured us that Accessoride will make it out of the Stone Age and join modern-day operations with some new software. I hope that RFP actually gets published this spring and that we do get new scheduling and dispatch software. Q also mentioned a lot of broader initiatives dealing with newer subway cars, newer buses, meaningful audible and visual announcements. And look, I come here every month, and whether I'm screaming about the insufferable archaic nature of Accessoride, or I'm talking about a meaningful Phase 3 that actually gives somebody spontaneous access to a distance beyond 3 miles, or if I'm irate over the overwhelming amount of unannounced announcements on buses and subways, I realize the bottom line is funding, right? It always comes down to the bottom line. But I can't talk about congestion pricing right now because I'm a civil servant working for the Department of Education in New York City Public Schools, and unfortunately it has become political. So I'll save my comments and my opinions on that for after hours. But I'll just say quickly, transparency breeds trust, and people have to know a clear, succinct message, and people on both sides of the table have to know what they're getting, and they also have to know what they're paying for, and they have to know what they're paying for. So I'm just going to leave well enough alone. I'm going to leave it there for now. Rich, hopefully we see that RFP this spring, right? Thanks, guys.
Our next speaker is Robert Whitaker, followed by Maddie Buckus-Hyland.
Hi, good morning. President Davey, Chairman Holsis, and members of the committee. My name is Robert Whitaker. I'm a local 100 bus operator out of Brooklyn. I live and work out of Brooklyn, and I also represent parts of the committee of Brooklyn. I'm here to discuss two things that are right now here. Bus operator safety. I know of recent days that you have taken out the report of showing how your employees on buses and subways are getting assaulted and harassed. I ask that you restore that immediately so the public knows really what's going on, not just in subways. As far as Brooklyn buses, the bus operators are being finger pointed on your social media team as the reasons for the service cutbacks or buses that are missing trips. Please explain to us whether it's a true equipment problem or that you don't have enough people, which is all managed by management. Please stop blaming the bus operators for the issues of management. I would also kindly ask that we go back and rework at the EEO and workplace violence policies that are still not good, and they're only slanted one way, against the bus operator and against your employees. I would also kindly ask that you have police do more checking on the buses, especially in Southern Brooklyn, where it seems like you get absolutely no police presence. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Maddie Buckus-Hyland, followed by Tasha Larabors.
morning, everybody. My name is Matty W. Bucky's Highland. For today's topic, I'm going to speak about transit safety. Well, crime is up in New York, on the subways. I do applaud the police chief and his officers, and to salute them for doing a great job on the subways and on the platforms. This is not the Jerry Springer show, ladies and gentlemen. This is real life. When you see a crime, it's important it's to law enforcement. We can't have people have to know that if they do something offensive, this will not be tolerated and you will be going to jail if you get it. That's all. For second thing is about the congestion pricing disability exemption, which I support that. Although I do oppose the price of congested pricing. Anyway, that's all I will have to say for this month. God bless you all. Have a great day. Back over to you.
Our next speaker will be Tasha Larabors, followed by Sharon McLennan-Weir.
Good morning. My name is Tasha Larabors. I'm a transportation and voting organizer for Sydney. I'm here to talk about, once again, Access-a-Ride, and to bring up, again, the situation in terms of the app, my MTA app, and consumers not getting informed of when their driver arrives. I have had multiple incidents. I've heard of other stories, people who do not see on the app when their driver is arriving, who their driver is, the vehicle number, nothing. Only to get a phone call, if you're lucky, from the driver. Also witnessed incidents where the driver arrived, but the picture on the vehicle does not match the driver. So that's something that's very concerning to me. So as I have said multiple times in the past, and if I have to repeat it again, I will, please try to figure out what to do with the app and the safety of the consumers, because that is something that is of huge importance. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Sharon McLennan-Weir, followed by Ian Matthews.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Sharon McLennan-Weir. I'm the Executive Director for the Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York, Sydney. I'm here to talk about congestion pricing. I want to ensure that all people with disabilities have universal access to the subways. When we talk about universal access, this means elevators. This means the opportunity for anyone, despite their disability status, to go to work, to go to school, to go on a date, to go to church, to do whatever they need to do as a New Yorker. This means that we need to ensure that the subways and the access to elevators are paid for. You have proposed congestion pricing, which we agree with. However, we want to make sure that the mandate in the law states that people with disabilities are not going to have a hardship in having to pay for congestion pricing. We should make sure that all disabled people, may they drive using their license plate or their placard or whatever status of disability that they have, they shouldn't have to pay for congestion pricing. We want congestion pricing to be successful, and we understand that every single person that takes the subway bus system in New York City will benefit from universal access. So, people with disabilities do not have to have a double hardship. And also, we should not put together a system that makes one disability status valuable versus another. We understand that people with a disability, some people may be able to drive and have license plates. We also understand that some people cannot drive, and they may need other people to transport them from place to place. This means that they may take one or two cars to transport them from place to place. They should not be at a hardship. We support congestion pricing as long as the money is actually going to be used for accessibility. This is what you stated, and we're here to make sure that you do that. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ian Matthews, followed by Jean Ryan.
All right, good morning. My name is Ian Matthews. I'm here to talk about the 3 weekends of the 4 being down between 161st, which I can understand has to be done. However, I feel extra service must be provided on the D line between 161st and Bedford, as D trains on weekends from much farther apart than 4 trains. And if that doesn't happen, then that's going to create a safety issue. Also, on the F line between 75th Avenue and 169th Street on weekends, trains need to be better protected, as we have teens breaking into about that. Also, I recommend adding. All right, that's all for the day. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jean Ryan, followed by Chris Greif.
My name is Jean. Oh, wait. Okay. My name is Jean Ryan, and I am president of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York, DIA for short. I am a part of a pilot program in Access-Ride called eHail On Demand. It is life-changing, but wheelchair users like me have problems getting our wheelchairs secured by the Uber and Lyft drivers, as well as having the drivers secure us with proper seat belts. Would you ride in a vehicle without a seatbelt? No, because it's unsafe and seatbelts are the law for everyone. But we are often forced to choose between riding unsafely or not riding at all. Drivers are supposedly trained by TLC taxi schools, but the drivers don't know what to do and do not have the proper equipment. Why? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Greif, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif, and as my fellow advocates have been talking about congestion pricing, let's remember one thing: seniors and people with disability are the one thing we need to remember that I know it's in the books, but it's not been mentioned a lot in the outside of MTA. MTA has mentioned about accessibility, and we want to make clear that the funding has to go to MTA accessibility, elevators, ramps, technology, and lighting, LD lighting. We need to make sure LD lighting is all over the transit system. Accessibility is the one thing we need to make sure that we're fully funding accessibility. And that's including our buses. We need to make sure all our buses are truly up to date, especially the reduced fare. If they have those buses, if they're not going to use those low rider buses, maybe we should turn them into reduced fare vehicles so it'll be easier for seniors and people with disabilities to can go in and sign up as well. There'd be another option, because customer service centers are excellent, but there are some people cannot get to. So let's think of funding of accessibility and let's put it in. But let's also remember, people with disabilities there are all types of disabilities from A to Z. Let's not forget that in our community, because a lot of us can go to an accessible station, the elevator could be out. How are we supposed to get there if that station is out? So let's use an example. Since Euclid Avenue is in construction right now, we have a special shuttle bus, which is the Access-A-Ride, which we thank them, to transport them to the nearest accessible station. If we can do that and make sure it's funded, to make sure elevators are being replaced and mandated, make sure they're repaired, let's get things done, folks. The congestion prices are also for seniors and people with disability, but let's also remember, reduced fare prices need to be in there as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Iris Kelly.
Good morning, Rich, Haida, Shanifa, Q, and the rest of the board. And I should not forget Demetrius, Frank, Chris P., and the rest of the Transit Committee. Jason Anthony here, the newest member of the Long Island Railroad ADA Task Force. Let's do some fact-checking about congestion pricing. This month, I testified in the New Jersey Transit Corporation's board meeting. They don't want to settle the lawsuit with us. Here's why. they're raising their fares by 15%. They're doing their public hearings in person. Here's why. They're disenfranchising a lot of people, especially those in this side of the Hudson, especially those with disabilities. So think about it, folks. And those in the media, do your homework. Please attend the New Jersey Transit Board and ask them why you guys are not settling the lawsuit with the MTA. Because guess what, folks? Due to the lawsuit, the signals are not getting monetized. We're not getting elevators and escalators done. Safety is getting back to the 70s and 80s. We're not going to have a lot of officers in trains and stations. So think about it, folks. Let's do our homework and let's get this done. I'll see you guys later.
Our next speaker is Iris Kelly, followed by Cassie Rafucci.
For the accessible ride, they say it's supposed to be easy for us to order online our trips and make it easy, but it's not that easy. It takes a little longer to get into the site. And then the cutoff time for people online is not good. Okay, I understand the office ends at 5 o'clock, fine, or the next day trips. But they should have the open line open until almost not quite midnight, make trips up until the next day, not have to cut over, jump over to the next day over at 5 o'clock. That is terrible. And then for the accessible ride, we should be able to book our trips the same day, not have to worry about booking ahead of time. And second of all is the for accessible ride having problems with the what's my thought? What was I going to say now? Shoot, I forget now. Oh, you should have to decide which bus you're on to have an emergency. Someone can come up and you tell us like, oh, this is not your second trip. That shouldn't matter. If somebody has an emergency, they should be able to help out at that time, regardless which trip you're on, first or second. It shouldn't matter. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cassie Rafucci, followed by Tucker Salovera.
Good morning, Chairwoman Mahaltis, President Davey, and Transit and Bus Committee members. My name is Cassie Rafucci, and I'm a member of Passengers United. I would like to address a bus stop situation located at 5th Avenue and 9th Street in Park Slope, Brooklyn. The B61 bus stop going towards Park Slope 20th Street. The bus stop is covered with a black trash bag covering the bus stop. How is a passenger supposed to know where to get the bus going towards Park Slope 20th Street? I would appreciate if someone can go to this bus stop located on 9th Street and 5th Avenue in Park Slope, Brooklyn to see what's going on, because it's extremely unacceptable for residents who live in Park Slope, Brooklyn to go pick up the B61 bus going towards Park Slope 20th Street to come and find out that the bus stop is covered with a trash bag. I understand there is construction going on 5th Avenue and 9th Street, but I feel to me that that bus stop really should not be covered with a trash bag. There's not even no sign at that bus stop saying that that's the B61 bus going towards Park Slope 20th Street. So I would appreciate if President Davey and somebody from the MTA buses or MTA board members can please go to 9th Street and 5th Avenue to see this bus stop that I'm speaking about, to see what is going on, because this is really unacceptable. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Tucker Salovera, followed by Joe Rappaport.
Good morning, all. My name is Tucker Salovera, and I'm here to speak on congestion pricing. A lot of my providers live and work outside the city, and it is a great thing they won't come in. Another example is that I live on my own. On significant freedom place where the cameras are in front of my building, and if my aide car out sick, my mom had to drive an hour away or take a train to half an hour away. And I figured enough fear because why we can't have parking permits on disabled vehicle vehicles to be exempt. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joe Rappaport, followed by Andy Pollock.
Good morning. I'm Joe Rappaport of the Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled. 5 years after Albany approved congestion pricing, we're finally hearing about the MTA's plan for a disability exemption, which the law requires. The bill wisely included the exemptions which our groups advocated for. Albany legislators knew that the city's transit system was and is largely inaccessible, that Access-a-Ride is a sorry excuse for decent transit, and that buses offer few interborough options. To be clear, we want congestion pricing to work. It will bring in money for the elevators and for the rest of the transit system by the literal car and truckload. As we move forward, though, I urge you to guide yourselves by several principles. First, the exemption should be accessible and easy to get for those who deserve it. Second, the MTA should not let the possibility of fraud prevent it from offering the right program. Disabled people should not be penalized because other people might want to cheat. At the same time, we do want to make the exemption is not misused, so we are willing to work with you to create a fair and reasonable program. Third, the disability community must be involved. There's a briefing tomorrow for the community, and the back and forth must continue. Finally, the MTA must be open to changing its proposals. We're pleased that you have abandoned a restrictive and easily abused initial plan, but new proposals also may need real tinkering to make them work. One other note, we're coming on the 7-year anniversary of the filing of our case on elevator maintenance, yet there's no evidence of the MTA's willingness to settle. Come on, folks. And finally, to any city officials here, a vehicle with the City of New York license plate BC3199 was parked illegally in the Access-a-Ride space in front of my building at 25 Elm Place today and has been parked illegally many times in the past. That's BC3199. Please fix this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andy Pollock, followed by Jessica Tambor.
Good morning, Andy Pollock from Passengers United. So I'm going to save my crime notes until the safety committee meeting later this afternoon, which I feel that's the appropriate time and place to discuss that. Today, I'm going to discuss the Kew Garden Union Turnpike Station on the EF line. I'm very happy that the stairwell finally reopened on the west side of Queens Boulevard earlier this month. So it looks like on both sides, the west side and the east side of Queens Boulevard, The tile work looks fantastic. The stairs have been replaced, which is good to see that. However, when the Omni machines come into full effect, I am requesting that more tile work should be done when the old MetroCard machines get taken out. We do have a Omni machine currently at our station in Kew Gardens, but the issue is it's still not been activated yet. So we're wondering, when is that Omni machine going to be activated so people can reload their Omni cards, obviously, since we're going to be transitioning away from the MetroCard. Okay, the Queens Bus redesign, I'm going to quickly mention. I've been seeing signs lately on the buses in Queens, which is very good to see that. My request is please do not cut the Q8 bus. Please do not cut the Q34. And please keep the Q102 bus the way it is right now. Passengers United's been receiving a lot of complaints about the Q102 not going to the Queens Plaza station on the E, M, and R lines as proposed in the current final draft. So that's where I'm going to conclude my remarks. Once again, my crime notes are going to be discussed at the Safety Committee meeting later this afternoon. So thank you for letting me speak for now.
Our next speaker is Jessica Tambor, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Yeah. Thank you for meeting with us today. I want to talk about e-hail and Access-a-Ride. E-hail should be expanded to more people, and the amount of rides we get and the amount of money we are allowed for a ride should increase. $40 a ride is not enough to get most places, and 25 rides a month is not enough for people who go somewhere almost every day. People can't afford to pay the rest out of their own money because it gets very expensive. With Access-a-Ride, I noticed a lot of the buses have been getting lately are very, very old. Last weekend, I got 2 very old white buses where the lift was rusted and the door of the lift didn't stay closed, and they had a hard time opening the door. There are new buses at the bases, but they aren't being used. We have been getting very old buses. I also had 3 other bad experiences with the supplemental service, and that has to improve. Thank you for your time.
Our final speaker is Charlton D'Souza.
All right, everyone. Good morning. So we've had 3 murders in the subway, 3. And Garrett Goebel, when he passed away, y'all all made a commitment that y'all were going to improve subway safety and that things were going to be better. Here we are in 2024, and we've had 3 murders. People are being slashed. A station agent was assaulted. What is going on in New York City Transit? So it's obvious that y'all don't care. But guess what we're going to do at Passengers United now? I'm done speaking. I'm just going to go outside elected officials' offices in this city, and I'm going to hold up a picket sign, and we're going to protest. And you know what? We're going to do that at every elected official's office until they realize that our subway system is in a state of emergency and a state of crisis. We need the National Guard brought in. Yeah, I know y'all don't like to hear that, but you know what? We've got individuals roaming the subway with guns, with weapons. Our police officers are being assaulted. MTA police officers are being assaulted. NYPD officers are being assaulted. Transit employees are being assaulted. This is an all-out crisis. We need leadership. So it's obvious y'all don't care, but the governor is going to care now, the mayor is going to care, and every state assembly and state senator is going to care because we're going to be outside the office. So NYPD, if you're listening, get ready to mobilize some police officers outside elected officials' offices. Thank you.
That concludes our public comment session for today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers. Before I entertain a motion to accept the minutes of the last board meeting, there's a correction that we need to make. They identify Randy Glucksman as a staff member. He's not a staff member. We corrected it, so we identified him as a committee member and showed that he attended the meeting virtually. With that, Andrew, are there any other?
Yes, in the list of public speakers, Lisa Daglian's last name is misspelled. It should be I-A-N, not I-O-N.
Okay. With those two corrections, can I entertain a motion to accept the minutes of the last committee meeting? Midori, second. Jamie, thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Against? Motion approved. Okay. Thank you. Are there any other changes to the work plan, Rich?
No changes to the work plan, Madam Chair.
Okay, so you'll start us off with the president's report?
I will. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining this month's committee meeting. You know, February is obviously a busy month for us. As you can see, New York actually experienced some snow for the first time in over 700 days. We want to talk a little bit about that and some of the other activities that the impressive work of our folks have been doing this past month. But February's definitely been a month of action as we continue to focus on our North Star goal of getting to 70% customer satisfaction by this year. So just in terms first of our winter weather response, you know, we hadn't exercised that muscle in almost 2 years, but I am pleased to say that our team, as usual, responded tremendously. Particularly on February 12th, we experienced 4 to 8 inches of snow. Our transit team was ready and delivered virtually 100% of scheduled service during that storm. From chaining buses and deploying snow fighting vehicles, the Department of Buses kept service running smoothly. And subways, our crews were out early and often, preparing stations by salting and sanding our stairwells and our platforms to keep our customers safe. They are also laser focused on subway operations, particularly in the elevated portions of track that tend to be more vulnerable to weather events. By smartly deploying tools like our de-icer train, we were able to weather the storm and move nearly 2 million New Yorkers on the subway that day. We also made a bit of history this month. Let's go back. Talk about the history. Which is introducing the new R211 trains, the so-called open gangway trains, the first open gangway trains in the United States. Our friends in Canada do have a couple, so we were corrected. We are not the first in North America, but certainly the first in the United States on the Sea Line on February 1st. You know, the R211s have a number of important features, not only open gangway itself, but better seating for our customers with disabilities, for example, better mappage and signage, for example. And as you can see, Governor Hochul joined us and the team to celebrate that release of service. Not to be outdone, we continue to roll into high gear the remaining of our R211s on the A line. We had a gearbox issue a few months ago. That has been addressed. We are now up to 9 R211s that have been rolled out on the A, which is a huge win for our customers as we continue to retire our AARP R46 trains. And we hope to roll those, continue to roll those out now about twice, 2 cars a month. Not to be outdone, bus is also rising in customer satisfaction. As you can see, in January, we saw an increase of 5% to 65% of our customers saying they're satisfied or very satisfied. You know, a number of areas where we have seen improvements for sure. Across customer journey time, as you can see, we're seeing increased speeds, in particular travel time improvements in the Bronx and Manhattan. You know, we continue to be very bullish that in a couple of months, once we roll out ACE, our automated camera enforcement, across a number of our lines, that we will see improvements. Our customers will see improvements as well. And paratransit, you know, as I often say, for those who have testified earlier, we do not deny your experience that we could do better, and we certainly acknowledge that. But kudos to Chris and the team. We recorded a record high customer satisfaction in January. 79% of our customers said they were satisfied or very satisfied. Why? No-show rates are down. We're also growing ridership. We're booking faster with our phones. And our 20-minute on-time performance, now our new standard, it used to be 30 as you recall, we're exceeding 90%. Again, work to do. Chris and team have a lot on their plate to get done. That RFP that was mentioned earlier, someone said the spring. I'm hoping late winter, not the spring. So we have some work to do to improve paratransit for sure. And obviously coming back to this committee and the board later this year on what a potential phase 3 would look like for e-hail as well. I had the opportunity to go to Washington. Mr. Gyps, Mr. Davey goes to Washington with a number of transit executives to meet at the White House to talk about securing our zero-emission future. You know, we have often talked at this committee and the board about the need for the capacity for American manufacturing for electric buses. This is a challenge right now for the entire industry. One of our current vendors, Nova, is leaving the U.S. market, going back to Canada. Proterra, another potential vendor, has entered into bankruptcy, reorganization, and so it's critically important. So the conversation centered around a number of things the transit industry could do to help bolster American manufacturing. Frank and team are leading the way, for example, and looking at our specifications to see are there opportunities for us to de-spec, if you will, or look hard at ways for us to potentially join our specifications with some of the larger agencies in the United States. I was told, for example, New Flyer, I think, has like 97 shades of white paint, as an example, to cater to all its customers across the United States. I didn't know there were 98 shades of white paint, by the way. But opportunities for us to see if we can lower their costs and improve manufacturing in the U.S. So something we're passionate about. LED lights were mentioned. This is Demetrius behind a full crowd of folks responsible for LED lights, which we're now going to convert in all of our stations. Why is this important? Well, first, it's actually one of our fiscal baseline reset targets. It saves us money. We generate less energy to obviously to power those lights, but also it is a brighter station and frankly one that helps with clearer pictures for the cameras we have in our stations. Chief Kemper will no doubt talk about that in a moment. So making sure that not only is the system safer, but also we're being more cost effective in how we're rolling that out. And speaking of customer safety, you know, our low tech but quick implementation of platform barriers. You know, we have talked at this committee and the board, certainly before I got here, about the need to look at the platform screen doors, which are expensive. They haven't been tried out here in New York, and certainly I think a number of our stations would be very difficult to retrofit. So we said, well, what other solutions are potentially out there? And so kudos to Demetrius and the Subways team for coming up with this low-tech but fairly clever way to give our customers more protection, if you will. And that doesn't necessarily mean pushing. We've seen a couple of those tragic incidents, but we often see folks stumbling into trains, maybe after a heavy night out, for example, or folks who might have a medical episode as well on our platforms. And so giving folks the opportunity to stand around and behind these barriers to feel safer in our system is critically important as well. Lastly, I do want to mention, we'll talk about employee safety here, and also I think Pat Warren will be discussing it at the Safety Committee. We continue to look at ways to improve our employee safety. And this past weekend, we rolled out bollards. I think, Demetrius, you wanted to maybe talk a little bit about that, but these bollards to help conductor safety. But Demetrius, you want to say a few words about this?
Yeah, sure. We started a pilot in 2023 following the assault of some of our conductors. We selected 125th Street location because it was one of our more problematic areas for assaults. And so we first started with the decal on the floor, monitored it for a while, and noticed that customers, with time, when it first went out, customers were observant, but with time, didn't observe the area, didn't stand outside the area. So we wanted to do something to make it a little more bright, a little more evident for customers that we'd like for them to stand clear of the area, but at the same time providing access to a conductor if a person does have a question or a need. So you're still able to access the conductor. In all, this ingenuitive way of providing protection for the conductors costs us less than $3,500 to install. We'll monitor it and then look and see if if we have any suggestions that we can tailor it to and look at whether or not there are any issues with the install of it.
Dimitri, it's only at 125th? Or?
Right now, just at 125th.
Okay.
Which one? On Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would just say, obviously, a customer, if they wish to get around these, they certainly can. But it does tip off the customer, I would say, I should say the conductor, that there is a person who's already disobeying a rule. It says don't stand there. If they're pulling in a station and they do see someone standing there, they'll be, our expectation is on extra alert for that person and why they're there. We'll get feedback from obviously our conductors as well.
Midori has a question.
Great. So Rich, thank you, Demetrius. It sounds like it looks like you're deploying a variety of kind of products out there in the space. And you had said, upon observation, we saw this and that. What are like the data collecting mechanisms so you really understand if this thing is successful or not? And that applies to, the changes you're doing around fare evasion and these kind of the yellow gates and this. It just seems like there's a lot of new products out there, but I also want to make sure whatever we're piloting, we're getting real data to be able to understand its effectiveness.
Yeah, I mean, I would say a few sort of data points. Obviously, going back to our customer satisfaction survey on a monthly basis, we'll be able to get customer feedback there, for example. For the stations where we put the platform barriers up, we also have cameras on those platforms as well, so we'll be able to observe customer behavior, for example. Frankly, we've already heard from some elected officials, when do I get my barriers? So it's interesting. I think that this is something that folks are interested in seeing. But as you said, we have to watch that. And clearly, we can only put those on platforms where we have a uniform car classification, because the doors obviously would be in different locations. On this one here, what we'll do is obviously monitor employee assaults or harassments, but specifically, we'll talk to the crews on the Lex line and see, is this helping? Is this working? It'll be important to get our employee feedback from this one.
So understand employee feedback, customer satisfaction survey, but I think it'd be great to develop some metrics because it sounds you have this kind of product to change a certain kind of behavior. You have another product to change fare evasion behavior. So getting real metrics to the board about, okay, this is a pilot that we did at these stations. This is what we saw in terms of success. This was the return on investment. That would be helpful for us.
Yeah, I mean, measuring behaviors, can be a little hard in terms of getting hard metrics and data, but I think that's the ultimate question is, do we see behavior patterns and changes? And then with our customers in particular, do folks, are they utilizing those barriers and do they feel safer?
And maybe getting an expert on, behavioral economics, folks that really understand how to change behavior using nudges. That's kind of a field of practice that has been growing. I think making sure that you're getting those resources as well, because Demetrius, you run a transportation network. You're not necessarily going to be, no disrespect, like the top mind on behavior change, and want to make sure that we're using the latest in terms of science.
Just to be clear, Demetrius is the top mind in the system, but I agree. We could always use
I agree too.
external help.
I take it back.
Good
Thank
point.
you.
Good point. Andrew, you had a question.
Rich, the additional rollout of R211s on the A line, is that being equally divided between Ozone Park and Far Rockaway? Do you know?
I'll maybe leave that to Dee to describe. I'm not sure how we're distributing it, but
I'd have to get back to you.
yeah.
Thank you.
And Chair, before I kick it to Demetrius to give a short presentation on subway track maintenance, which has been really some awesome work that the subways team is doing, I do want to address a few of these high-profile incidents that have occurred. I know the chief is going to speak about it in a moment as well. Obviously, we had 2 fatal shootings in the subway system in the Bronx this month, both related to gun violence, which is completely unacceptable. There are too many guns in our city and in our system. I think the chief will talk about some of the gun arrests that his team have successfully made in these past now 2 months. I am grateful for the work that the safety team, Pat Warren's team, and the subways team is doing for cameras. I have said it once, I will say it again. We have more cameras than a Las Vegas casino in this system. We have 3 clear pictures of the perpetrators we believe shot and killed that man on our train because we had cameras on our trains. If you do something bad in our system, we will find you. We will find you. I also want to address this question of employee safety. I am incredibly privileged to lead an organization of 47,000 men and women here at New York City Transit, and I believe that there's no more important thing for me to do than to keep them safe. No one in our organization should come to work feeling like they'll be assaulted just because they're doing their job, okay? Just because they're doing their job. Station agents, cleaners, bus operators, others who are on the front line moving moving transit, moving our customers. I spoke to the station agent who was assaulted at Wall Street over the weekend. I talked to a cleaner who was assaulted over the weekend to see how he was doing. I mean, all I can say is, and by the way, that cleaner, there were 2 cops in that station who was immediately arrested, the perpetrator. So thank you, Chief, on that. But here is my observation. We've had at least 7 assaults this year of our employees. 4 perpetrators have been arrested. Among them, they have 50 arrests, prior arrests, that I can speak of, that I know of. My plea is to the justice system to make sure that when these arrests are made, appropriate justice is delivered to those individuals. And I'm not talking about folks who might make a mistake in life, 3 strikes and you're out, but 50 strikes seems like a lot of goddamn strikes. And I have to say that, we've got to do something to keep our people safe. We are working closely with the TWU in that regard, looking at, as we talked about the platform barriers earlier, other ways to keep our employees safe. We're piloting, we hope very soon, with the e-mirrors, the cockpits for our bus operators. But this is something that keeps me, and I know Demetrius and Frank and the team up at night. How can we protect our people? Because all they're doing is their job. I do want to thank the chief and his team, by the way, who are also subject to some of these assaults, for everything that they do to help keep our employees safe. And, we will continue to work with NYPD Transit to create a safe environment for our customers and our employees. With that, I'll maybe kick it over to Demetrius to talk a little bit about some of the track maintenance good stuff that the subways team did this year. If we need a minute, might I suggest we go to Chief Kemper then?
Yep. That's
Is that
exactly
good,
what I was
Chair?
going to do.
Yeah, thank you.
Chief, welcome, and tthank you for joining us today. If you can just update us on everything that's going on.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning to all, Chair Mihalsis, President Davey, and to all the members of the board. Let me start by saying that January was a challenging month for us here in the Transit Bureau. The subway system experienced an increase in index crimes from 152 in 2023 to 221 in 2024, representing a 45.4% increase. Grand larcenies, or theft of property without force, continued to be the main driver, accounting for over 50% of all crime in the month of January. That was both concerning and unacceptable. In response, Mayor Adams, along with Police Commissioner Caban, has directed and authorized and deployed an additional upwards of over 1,000 uniform officers into the transit system every day since the beginning of this month, February. This surge in additional officers is a similar strategy to how we reversed the crime trend last year. These cops are out there and highly visible, stationed at turnstiles, on mezzanines and platforms, and riding the trains. And it seems that this tremendous investment is immediately paying dividends, with the first 3 weeks of February already showing a decrease in crime by 17.7% compared to February last year, from 158 crimes down to 130. This brings our current year-to-date numbers down from the high of 45% in the end of January to where we are right now, presently, January 1st up until today, up 13.2% in the subway system. This is progress. This is progress we look forward to continuing with. All categories of enforcement are up at or near historic highs this year to date. Arrests are up by 45%, with over 2,900 made for crimes within the transit system. And tabs summonses are up by 22.6%, with nearly 30,000 issued. We've continued our emphasis and focus on fare evasion enforcement, with over 21,000 fare evasion contacts already this year. We've recovered 17 guns, which is almost triple the number we recovered last year to date, and made over 250 arrests for other weapons in the system. That's a 44.4% increase versus last year. Make no mistake, public safety is our top priority, and your cops are working hard and doing incredible work, confronting lawlessness head-on. Speaking of investments, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the importance of the MTA's investment in video surveillance throughout the system. The number of cameras and stations on platforms and mezzanines, plus the increasing number of cameras in train cars, has served as a deterrent to crime and proved to be a great investigative tool that we regularly use. As a matter of fact, video obtained from the Mount Eden subway station played a key role in the investigation into the shooting incident that occurred there earlier this month, directly contributing to a quick arrest. Additionally, video recovered from the new interior train cameras has been critical in the rapid identification of perpetrators from last week's shooting in the Bronx, and I am confident that apprehensions will be made in short order, or maybe apprehensions were just made. We'll talk about that after. But while enforcement is up across the board, we find ourselves, and that was as we're sitting here. But while enforcement is up across the board, we find ourselves far too often arresting the same individuals over and over and over again. I am not shy. I speak about this all the time. We are routinely arresting recidivist career criminals who are committing crimes and daring to prey on our law-abiding ridership. People with dozens of prior arrests, sometimes even well over 100 prior arrests, yet somehow they are back out and back in the subway system sometime within hours, committing more crimes. Let me give you an example. Earlier this month in the Bronx, plainclothes cops were riding a 4 train when they caught a man red-handed cutting the pockets of a sleeping passenger and stealing his wallet and cell phone. This occurred at about 5 o'clock in the morning. Your cops are working. Right place and right time, all part of our deployment plan, and they arrest the guy. A guy committing the exact crime that is responsible for 50% of crime in the subway system, and a tough arrest to make. One that should be treated seriously. It's a felony, and it's a felony for a reason. This arrest marked his 55th career arrest that I could speak of, his 22nd in just the past 12 months, his 5th arrest this year already, and his 3rd arrest for grand larceny felony in the past 2 months. And yet, he was out, roaming the subway system, victimizing more riders. We are only one part of the multi-layered criminal justice system at the NYPD. We may be the most visible, but once we make the arrest, we hand the case over to the rest of the criminal justice system. And we must ask, what happens next? Why are we forced to arrest a guy like this 55 times? There needs to be consequences. For without accountability and consequences, there is no deterring people from committing more crimes. And look, when talking about accountability and access, well, here I am. The NYPD is always front and center, and we take great pride in that. But let's not forget there are many other stakeholders in the business of public safety. Despite this, our cops remain hyper-focused on the task at hand and committed to ensuring public safety. We are a dynamic agency, adapting to any challenge, as proven by the past few weeks. This trend will continue, and we will capitalize on this momentum as we move forward. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, Chief, and please thank Mayor Adams and Police Commissioner Caban for giving us the 1,000 new police officers. Just a question, and I actually agree with you, because, you know, you put 1,000 more cops, you catch these guys, but, you know, they're right back on the street, unfortunately, hours later. How long are we going to have all these police on our system? Or, I don't know if you can answer that.
So this increase in personnel
Yes.
Started the beginning of the month.
Mhm.
There are no plans, as I sit here right now, to reduce that, only to continue.
Good. So thank you again for that
Yes.
wonderful commitment. Any questions for Chief? Andrew?
No, I just think it's terrific that the camera expansion is happening so rapidly. The pictures of the perps from 182nd and 183rd Street were on our 68 cars, so it's not even just the newest cars, it's cars going back almost to the oldest cars. President Davey has said will have camera action by the end of this year. And that is great news. You're not going to get away with it, and your picture's going to be everywhere. And some of these pictures are really high definition, so there's no question.
Yeah, I agree with you. I speak about the value of the surveillance cameras in the subway system a lot. To say I was excited when I found out there was a camera on that train is an understatement, because I just knew how valuable that would be to this case moving forward. I just knew how that was going to contribute to offering justice to that victim's family. So total agreement. And look, we say this a lot. I said this the other day. I say this all the time. It just amazes me. People just don't understand the value and just how vast and expansive the video system is in the subway system. Message got to get out. If you come into the subway system and you're thinking you could have committed a crime, well, prepare to be identified and arrested. That should be the message.
And not only that, but you may recall about 2 years ago, we actually, thanks to the cameras in the subway stations, we actually caught the Central Park rapist who had run down into the 5th Avenue and 59th Street station after committing some heinous acts in the park, and they caught him from those pictures.
So I could speak of countless ways and examples, not only focused on subway crime, how those cameras are used, and not only just for crime. We use the cameras to look for missing children. We use those cameras to give us answers to questions that we have. Sometimes rumors are out or questions come our way. What happened? We use those cameras for so many different reasons.
Are we showing, someone showing that? No, Chief, you're right. I mean, the MTA is doing our part with the governor and putting the cameras. You guys, NYPD is doing their part. We need the others to step up and do their part. Chief, are you showing us these Crime Stopper videos, or is that somebody else?
Well, I could speak about it. So what we're looking at right now is the train from Friday in the Bronx, where that tragic homicide occurred. And that just gives you an idea of the quality of the video that's on the exterior of the train, what it offers us. And there are multiple different angles also on the train videos, which is important to know. And again, the entire incident that occurred on Friday, the entire incident from beginning to end was captured on cameras that were on the train, and then post into the subway station, and then post street level with August cameras.
Thank you. All right, are we moving on?
I think so. Are we ready for track maintenance or no? We keep moving? Not?
All right, keep going.
All right, we'll keep going. Let's move maybe to a higher note, which is our 10 Transit All-Stars for the month. I want to recognize 10 employees who are moving us forward in our goal to meet 70% customer satisfaction. They're making a difference. First, we have Joe DePace. Where's Joe? Right over there, we go. Valued and key contributor in our subway's maintenance of way track subdivision. See, we were going to show the track video, but you showed up, so you're more impressive. Responsible for coordinating our overnight service shutdowns to allow for system construction when we get a lot of work done. Joseph also manages the unit's overnight emergency response team to ensure availability of morning peak service. We have more challenges than you know about because him and his team are out fixing them before morning rush hour. So, Joe, thank you. Congratulations. I'll give him a round of applause. William Wong, a software engineer in our Buses and Technology Zero Buses division, who contributes to making strides to improve our bus data collection. Speaking of data collection, Midori, we look, and analyze to look to see how we're doing in terms of our bus operations. He's known as an incredibly warm person and, quote, a pleasure to work alongside. He's taken a pivotal role in leading our Swiftly pilot project, which aims to enhance real-life customer information, real-time customer information. We're not quite ready to talk about that prime time, but it's all about improving the quality of data for our bus customers. So, William, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Yogesh Patel. He's our buses director of new qualifications and testing. Yogesh and the team's contribution to improving bus operator visibility by successfully implementing testing of new technology to improve bus operator safety and reducing our collisions using e-mirrors. We've talked about this. The e-mirror is in fact using camera technology positioned on the bus to display nearby surroundings to drivers in a digital screen, and eliminating the traditional side view mirrors that are often vandalized and cause a quarter of our collisions at New York City Transit. This will not only improve overall safety, but can potentially reduce maintenance and increase service reliability by eliminating the need to pull buses out of service when we have broken or missing mirrors, and this will be an important part of keeping our bus operators safe. Yogesh, congratulations. Contract management manager, Jason Yee. Jason has worked hard and dedicated, is the driving force behind Paratransit's taxi reimbursements team's productivity, which recently reduced payment processing from 60 days to 10 days. That has to be an MTA record, and garnered him great respect and appreciation from his peers. Jason, congratulations. Dennis Lynch, he's also a contract manager at Paratransit. He's an all-star because of his demonstrated commitment to customer service, teamwork, and leadership. He's known as an outside-the-box thinker, plays an integral role in monitoring and ensuring that our Paratransit's dedicated carrier vendors are in compliance. Dennis, thank you very much. Min Tran is a bus scheduler manager in our operations planning department. Currently manages schedules for the Casey Stengel Depot in Queens. That includes 15 bus routes. I'm sure Andrew has them memorized. And 615 bus operators. At minimums, he successfully drives our 4 picks a year, which is not easy. Always willing to help others and is really admired by his colleagues. So congratulations, Min. Carl Persaud. Carl is the bus assistant chief maintenance officer, is an all-star for his success in overseeing the retrofitting of the cockpit doors and express buses. Again, a theme around our employee safety. Carl and his team quickly created a design with vendors that would protect our operators from direct contact with individuals, while also ensuring that the driver has the ability to have a positive engagement with our customers. He's an invaluable asset to the organization. Carl, thank you very much. Anthony Amoroso is the director of MTA bus schedules, also in OP, our operations planning. He is currently responsible for developing schedules for bus routes that operate out of both College Point and LaGuardia depots, 2 of the largest bus depots within our network. He also has been a significant contributor to our Queens and Brooklyn bus redesign projects, as you all know, both currently in their draft stages. Anthony, thank you very much. 2 more. We want to honor Jeannie Davis. She's a senior director, I should say, in the Department of Subways, part of the Internal Controls and Audit Unit. She's the point of contact for internal, external investigative agencies. She missed us so much, she left and came back. Correct. So she's brought efficiencies and cost savings, and she's a delight to be part of the team. Jeannie, congratulations. And last but not least, we have General Superintendent of Facilities, Burra Mark. Burm is the subject matter expert for fire suppression systems, obviously critical, and is currently overseeing life safety equipment throughout New York City Transit, as well as its Subway's Operations Control Center, leading by example and fostering a positive relationship for all who know him. Congratulations as well. So that concludes my report, Chair, but we'll do a picture after with our all-stars,
Yes.
but again,
I'm
congratulations.
looking for the photographer. Thank you,
Yes.
everyone, for all your hard work. Demetrius, are we ready for you, or are we going to queue? What are we doing? We're good for Demetrius? All right, thumbs up. Okay, back to Demetrius.
So thank you. Over the next couple minutes, we'll talk a little bit about our track panel work and how that is a central piece in improvements that we're making the system more safer, more safe, more reliable for our customers. So first, let's start off with what is track panel installation? Essentially, we remove a segment of track, roughly 39 feet. So to give you perspective, it's roughly the size of this table here. We remove that track, and we put in another section of track that size. That includes everything from our tracks, our fiber walk, the rails, the ties, all of that is being removed in one segment. Just to give you perspective, it's 15,000 pounds of weight that's being removed in that instance, one panel. So imagine an elephant or 2 that's being lifted into place for one panel swing. So But before we get into the presentation, I can't help but thank the individuals who have done an amazing job of doing this work. The Maintenance Away team as a whole has been fantastic and shepherded by Dom Gallo, who is the Vice President of Maintenance Away, and the Chief Officer, Frank Farrell. Just fantastic work by that team. Yeah, you can get that. All right.
It's only elevated, it's not in the subway as well?
Just elevated, yep. All right, so for track construction, I can never get tired of talking about the employees that I have here. Just fantastic work they do as a team. Just to give you an idea, last year we set for 2023 the goal of doing 668 panels, which in itself was a stepping stone from where we were the year prior. So we knew that we created an ambitious goal, knowing that the 15-year high of doing track panels or track panel removal had been 700 panels. That's removing 700 panels for the year. So we said, all right, well, we're going to go just below the 15-year high. That's going to be our target. And this amazing team did 820 panels for 2023. Not just beating it, but by a long shot. Now, how was this accomplished? Previously, we did one panel a day. So one panel a day. That includes removing the track from service, removing power, getting the work train on site, arranging for the street crane, removing bridge clips and contact rails, cutting the existing walkway, using torch to cut the rail, and then for a pre-assembled section to be placed into place. That doesn't consider the amount of design work that goes in advance into planning this specific panel job that's going to have to go into place. So the increase was achieved because the team looked at opportunities where these GOs could be done more efficiently. Where ridership was supportive, they requested a 1-hour extension to a GO. So where ridership supported it, they requested for 1 hour extension to GO. That 1 hour longer GO allowed for the team to double the amount of efficiency that they did. 2 panels and sometimes 3 panels to be done within the same distance, within the same area.
So is that 6 elephants? Is that? I'm just trying to move the elephant to math, the panel math. Yeah, it's pretty significant.
It depends. Yeah. It's enormous in amount, right? So once that efficiency was proven, now we said we used to do it mostly on weekends. So now we're going to transition to doing more of these panel jobs during the week. So that change made a huge difference in what we could accomplish. Now, to get that efficiency, to get that extra production, we did not sacrifice safety. What we did was on elevated panel projects, we assigned a safety officer who monitors all the safe work practices during the project. We took into consideration emergency egress, for examples like the Belt Parkway project where we had to shut that down. We'll talk a little bit more about that in the presentation. Also looked into fall protection harnesses for when they're necessary, and also working with our sister agencies like DOT and NYPD to ensure lane closures occurred appropriately so that civilians also weren't in risk of being injured. Safety is important, not just our employees, our customers, and also pedestrians was important as well. So now, the track panel installation over the Belt Parkway, it required us to do, it was an amazing task. I mean, if you could imagine shutting down the Belt Parkway, that's essentially what we did. Many times you'll see that for elevated work, we try to do it sunrise to sunset. In this case, because the Belt Parkway is such a major thoroughfare through New York, we had to do the shutdown specifically at night to do the work directly over. So what we would do for the Belt Parkway was we would close off several lanes of the Belt Parkway, sometimes 5-6 lanes shut down, and a complete shutdown for certain portions of it, so that we could swing these panels into place. You could imagine the daily coordination as they remove these panels, remove the tracks from service, and then coordinating to allow for the traffic diversions to continue, to come back, to allow for cars to start operating again on the Belt Parkway. And all of that was done because of strategic work between NYPD traffic and a engineering team, Campbell Engineering, that helped to work with this system. All right. So thanks to diligence and attention to safety measures, we had 0 accidents while doing this work. That in itself is a huge feat, doing a new project, big project, more efficiently, and not have 1 accident during that time period. We did extensive work. As you can see, that place is lit up like it's daytime. They spent an amount of effort in advance talking about what lighting would be necessary in order to light up the area, what would be deemed safe. This was truly a collaborative effort. The union was involved. They discussed it. We talked to workers so that they felt comfortable. We had a work plan that was set up with not just 1 union, not 2 unions, but 4 different unions that all were working in the same area. We worked with Bay Crane, who positioned the cranes below so that they would be prepared to pick this, and also to coordinate with DOT on traffic conditions that happen below. We talked with buses as they were impacted. All of these issues were addressed prior to the work being moved forward. For the Canarsie line, we did a total of 67 panels in 2023. This area was selected as a priority for panel replacement because a large segment of track had met or surpassed its useful life and multiple high failure clusters within the line. So given that Canarsie has CBTC, when there are issues, the issues tend to have major impacts to our customers. So we want to eliminate or minimize the amount of impacts that we do have. So 67 panels were installed, clearing 293 defects in this area. This only helps to improve the performance in one of our strongest performing lines. For 2024, we are not stepping back on what our commitment is. Since we did plus over 800 panels for 2023, our goal is to do the same for 2024. We're confident that these efforts to do more critical tasks, working more efficiently, and not forsaking the serious nature of the work that we perform by making sure that this is being done safely, will lead to our delivering our customers with a more faster and safer system for our customers. And that's it.
Thank you, Demetrius. Any questions for Demetrius? If not, we move on. Rich?
Yeah, we're going to conclude. I think Q is going to give a short presentation at the Finance Committee, so appreciate that, Q. I think we're going to conclude with recognizing a couple of officers. Chief, I don't know if your officers are here in the... They are. Perfect. Excellent. Well, let me speak about them as we go get them. How's that? Yes, we have... yes. Yes, we do. So on Saturday, January 27th at Lafayette Avenue Station, I think we have a video to show you as well, the body cam. On the C line, we witnessed true act of life-saving heroism. You'll see from the body camera footage in just a moment, words can't even describe and capture the efforts of 2 NYPD police officers who just walked in and our subway station agent. When a customer had a medical episode and collapsed on the tracks, Officers Chowdhury and Caminero were 1 station away, but as you see, they hoofed it 1 station. Can I say hoofed it? I would have hoofed it. I would have been... but hearing reports of the incident, they sprung into action, sprinting to the platform, stopping an oncoming train, and getting the customer up to safety. I also want to recognize the station agent, Herbert Houghton, who couldn't be here today, was performing his duties outside of the booth, saw the incident, and assisted the officers. But let's cue up the body cam first, and then we'll recognize these tremendous officers.
Affirmative. This is an 8. Come on. Give me a hand. Quick, give me a hand.
Give me your hand, quick, train, give me your hand. Come on. Thank you, bro. All right, sit down. Yeah, go down.
Amazing. And Chair, that concludes our report.
I was going to say. Thank you. That's tremendous work. Thank you very, very much. Are we done? Okay. Can I entertain, since we have no procurements, can I entertain a motion to, oh, Midori's got a question. No. Motion to adjourn. Second, all those in favor, thank you very, very much, everyone. I think we're taking a quick picture of our All-Stars?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, thank you, and we appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe for us to be out here to and from, work and home.
My work impacts the Long Island community because we just make it safe for the customer itself. We keep the conditions of all the stations clean, you don't want a dirty station. We do just more than cleaning. We help out in any way we can.
My favorite part of the job is meeting new people, the people I work with, experiencing new things. I like my job, and I wake up every morning and know that I have a great job to get to go to.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoyed cleaning, So that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So, it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here. We sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, they
Belatedly, good afternoon. Calling to order the Safety Committee meeting. Can we have the safety announcement?
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. Before we go to public comment, I just want to acknowledge that the important news we just did a press conference on, which is, as the NYPD Chief Kemper announced, the 3 individuals who are identified as suspects in the shooting on the D train on Friday have been apprehended or are in custody. That's awful good news. And I also just want to, in addition to extending, as always, our tremendous appreciation of the NYPD for their amazing work, also to acknowledge, as Chief Kemper said, the availability of video from the beginning to the end, not just inside the car, which is an effort that we have inaugurated with tremendous support from Governor Hochul, but the cameras on the platform, the cameras upstairs, and even cameras at street level gave the investigators an incredible source of information to use in their investigation and has led to a very rapid series of apprehensions. So that's a little bit the cause of why we're starting late, but it's an important piece of information. So with that, let me turn it over to Chris Diodato for public speakers.
Thank you, Chair Lieber, and good afternoon. We have 6 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. Also, in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker is Jason Anthony, who will be followed by Christopher Greif.
Good afternoon, General, Pat, the chiefs, and the rest of the safety committee. Jason Anthony here, the newest member of the Long Island Railroad 88 Task Force. Let's talk about safety, shall we? Yes, we have been seeing a spike in crimes in the subway. I want to acknowledge the great job that Chief Kemper has been doing. Yes, I've been seeing increase of NYPD presence, not only in mezzanine area, in the fare control area, but also on platforms, but also inside trains. Some conductors are also reminding riders that our police presence not only aboard trains but in station platforms. Chief Mueller, thank you for having MTA police presence at Penn Station in Grand Central and also Atlantic Terminal Brooklyn. That is my home station. But also, I want to bring up incidents that during weekends, when I take the S40 to my job in the West Shore of Staten Island, there's no Eagle team present at St. George Terminal, where people get pushed, drivers don't open the rear door, and people get pushed and hurt. So, and the safety committee, we want it monthly, not every 3 months. So I'll see you guys later.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif. Again, I do want to thank our chiefs because, yes, NYPDs are always on the platform. If they see something, we say something. We need to always remember that they're there, and we always need to say thank you to them, and please be safe, because I don't like to see any officer getting hurt, and I think we all agree on that. Because safety to us, as a person with a disability, we want to get on the train, get off the train, get on the bus, or get on or off the bus for safety. And we want to continue that. We also always want to make sure that everything we do for a person with a disability entering a gate who pays the fare, but we love the way how an officer does come not far behind and catches them. And this happened at Atlantic Barclay. I want to thank them because catching them means, what do you think you're doing? You didn't pay your fare. Show courtesy to an elderly or a person with a disability. We need to continue seeing that. And I'm really glad to see the guards around J Street Metrotech, but we definitely need to see them in the Coney Island, Kings Highway, on the B&Q, and continuing more efforts. We know the local precincts are there sometimes, but when school is leaving out, a lot of the kids are sneaking in, and then the adults are learning that. And the kids seeing that too, and they're going like, how come the adults can do that? We need to show an example and more education in the future for students to remind them that you have a student Metro card to please pay the fare, and let's follow safety tips. The yellow lines are there for a reason. You must stay behind the yellow line at all times, because when a person is waiting for a train at the middle of the platform, they need to remember that that's why there's space around them. There are some stations, I understand, they're small, but safety needs to come in. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Maddie B. Highland.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So again, we need judges to arrest repeat criminal offenders. I'm going to keep saying this, and ban them from the subway system. All the security cameras do is help investigations after a tragic incident has already happened. And we keep hearing about the 1,000 officers being deployed in the subway system. We've heard this over and over again every time major incidents happen. Only a few months later, for the police resources to be pulled back, and we hear excuses about funding, there's not enough money. So we need accountability from our elected officials. We need them to commit to permanent funding of police officers in the subway system. And I would even say metal detectors as well. But we also need to protect the transit employees, making sure the doors are locked. I will say the MT police chief, you're doing an excellent job as best as you can with the resources you have, and we appreciate the job that you do. But again, where are the SOS teams? Because I don't see them overnight, and we have homeless individuals who are using drugs. They're lying at the ends of platforms like they're ready to jump and commit suicide. There's no help for them, Mr. Chairman. And so I would call on all of you to ride the subway with me. And like I said, we're going to be protesting outside elected officials' offices starting tomorrow. You'll see it. We'll be out there. That's all I got to say, because what happens a few months later if another transit employee or a passenger is killed or assaulted? Then what's the plan? So we all need to work together on this. I know that you guys don't like it when I come up here on the microphone and start screaming and saying things, but we've been through this for the last 4 years. I've been at this microphone. Nothing is getting done. It seems like the situation is getting worse and worse. So I don't know, guys. We just got to work together and figure out something. But thank you to all of you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maddie B. Highland, followed by Ian Matthews.
For the record, it's Maddie Bucky's Highland, Maddie W. Bucky's Highland. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and to the commissioners. Today's topic is safety. I would like to echo what Charlton D'Souza said about safety. We need to have more cops on our subways. Nothing's being done about it. My grandfather said they should be armed guards on the subway, which I think it's a little. We need to let them know that to repeat offenders that this will not be tolerated, and it will never be tolerated again. For example, we can't have rogue prosecutors backed by Hungarian billionaire George Soros to say, get out of jail card like that. This is not the Jerry Springer show, like I mentioned before at transit. People need to be safe. It's important to please stand behind the yellow line and watch the gap when boarding the train. That's always a priority for these for the public to understand, because even though a juvenile could do same case and then just let go free, that has not have to be tolerated at all. I went to school in Florida for criminal justice, as you can see in the background, and I can tell you there are much more stricter laws down there than New York. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you. God bless you, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ian Matthews, followed by Andy Pollock.
Hi there. My name is Ian Matthews. I'm here to speak about the crime on the subway, which is kind of out of control. And I've been down 22nd, 23rd Streets, and it's a very troubled station with crime in the path. And it should be patrolled very often. And recently, last week, I witnessed a train conductor on the D get harassed by a passenger who was told to leave the train.
Mr. Chairman, and
Park North 110, 3, and like I've seen at 34th House, where like they should be at Bedford Park Boulevard, Fordham Road on the B&D, where I've seen a lot of fare invasions. I'd like the subway to be safe, as I've been a little scared to ride it. And I thank the NYPD for making a quick arrest in this, as it makes me feel much better. And I thank you for making our subway safer. But let's make it very safe for all our transit workers, for my friend, and for all riders.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Andy Pollock.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone. Andy Pollock for the record, Passengers United. So before we get to the crime, I want to mention a point of personal privilege for the Fresh Meadows community. During the snowstorm that occurred back on February 13th, the Q46 bus stop at Union Turnpike and Chevy Chase Street in Fresh Meadows was properly not shoveled. And the snow was still there last week, and I had to literally step on the snow to get back onto the sidewalk. So next time we have a significant snowstorm, we need better communication on shoveling all the other bus stops, because I also want to mention down at Cunningham Park, there was another bus stop that wasn't shoveled out. So just want to bring that up. Now on to the crime. It's been a mess. I mean, we have 3 homicides confirmed this calendar year alone. MTA workers are getting assaulted. We had a subway performer assaulted at the Herald Square station a couple weeks ago, and he's never going to perform again. He openly said that on Channel 4. He's scared to perform down in the system again after what happened to him with the glass bottle. And I want to mention, and it has not been mentioned by anyone today, there was a subway surfing incident on the 7 line back on February 9th. So the subway system is in chaos. And I agree with what our president, Charlton D'Souza, has been saying at Passengers United. You know, we need the National Guard down here, because we need armed guards patrolling the system, because we have people that come onto the system with knives and guns. And how am I supposed to feel safe riding the system? So we need improvement right now. And I'm calling on every elected official in Albany to repeal the bail reform, because we have repeat offenders to come back into the system. So that's where I'm going to conclude my remarks. I see my time is about to expire. So thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Chair Lieber, Chief Warren. That concludes today's public speaking portion of the committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you to public speakers. We have a set of minutes that are up for November 29th, are up for approval. Are there any comments or corrections, Mr. Albert?
Yes, on page 5, around the middle of it, it says the chair also asked. That word is twice. And then MTA property comparted to the rest of the country when it should say compared.
Okay, with those typo corrections, are there any other comments? Can I get a motion to approve them? Thank you, Haida. Thank you, Ms. Lopez, for a second. Seeing no opposition, the minutes are approved. Mr. Colonel Warren, would you present the work plan?
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, board members and Chair. Thanks for being here today. As this is our first Safety and Security Committee meeting this year, we've included the new work plan for 2024 on page 9 of the committee book. Work plans contain the routine business of the year, and Chair, I ask that the committee's approval of this plan.
Okay. The plan was in the book, I take it? So may I have a motion? Okay. Ms. Mahaltzis, thank you. Second, Mr. Chu. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The work plan is approved. Would you introduce the transit safety plan, Colonel Warren?
Yep. I don't see it here. Okay. For those that may be new to this committee, the Federal Transportation Authority requires that each rail transit entity have its safety plan, annual safety plan, approved by the board. For New York City Transit, that includes the plans for the Department of Subways and for the Department of Buses. Since the FTA established the requirement a couple years ago, we have asked you, as members of the Safety and Security Committee, to review and then recommend these plans to the full board for approval. These materials were sent to you and the entire board last week with executive summaries of the changes made this year in this year's plan. It is worth noting that the New York City Transit's Management Labor Safety Committee developed and approved these plans together. Chair, I ask that the committee approve these plans.
Before we move on to approval, I just invite Rich Davey, who participates in that Management Labor Joint Safety Committee, to talk a little bit about what's been accomplished.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So I think, as everyone knows, the bipartisan infrastructure law, the so-called bill that was established 2 years ago, also established a joint management labor safety committee, which I sat on for the first year of its inception. And, notwithstanding the fact that this committee and board approves the annual safety plan, I think, without much comment, the safety committee last year actually spent a fair amount of time going through the plans. Frankly, we had a lot of conversation about worker assaults and how we could have some preventative measures in there. And so last year we made some substantive changes that this committee and board ultimately approved. This year, not as much because of the work that we put in last year. But as the chair mentioned, it's a three management members, 3 labor members, and this was both plans were unanimously approved a couple of weeks ago. So, behind the scenes and in the trenches, we're working closely with our partners in the TWU to find ways to focus on worker safety, obviously customer safety as well, but that's been a big focus of the work the last 2 years.
I just want to repeat something that you said in the Transit Committee and that I talked about with the press right now, which is, although we're working every day with our labor partners at the TW Local 100 and otherwise to optimize worker safety, we're not the only player in this equation. And as you noted, a particular concern is that so many of the people who have committed worker assaults, there's 6 this year, 4 arrests have been made, and of those 4 people arrested, together they have, I think, 49 priors. So we need to work together with labor. We always work with the PD, but at the end of the funnel is a criminal justice system that also needs to be a part of the solution, and we're really relying on the folks who run that to help us get some folks who may have a history of doing this kind of stuff out of the subway system one way or another. Anything else you want to add, Mr. Davey?
No, Chair, thank you.
Okay. Back to you, Colonel Warren.
All right, thanks. Statistics for the authority's safety metrics remain strong, highlighting the focus that each agency places on the topic. Accident and injury rates for both employees and customers are trending down and remain low. Of significance, the number of fires in the subway system had a marked reduction last year of over 22%, which is really pretty extraordinary, due to in large part to a very aggressive track cleaning performed by the Maintenance of the Way cleaning team. So my hat's off to them for that. Key safety and security metrics start on page 12 of the committee book. Regarding security, the MTA's focus remains unwavering, and not surprisingly, we'll see peaks and valleys regarding the number of major crimes conducted in the system. And most recently, and there's been a lot of talk about this just in the last couple hours, we saw a peak in January, followed by a reduction this month. Last year, we saw the average number of reported crimes drop below pre-pandemic levels, and together with our partners at the NYPD and MTA PD, we are confident we will achieve a similar result this year. Leadership from both state and city level continue to recognize the importance of sustained security in the MTA system and are resourcing it. Let me just highlight that, and this has again been said multiple times today, but I'll just say it again, that the investment in cameras and most recently the governor's support and resourcing cameras in the subway cars has proven just incredibly invaluable to what we're doing, and you heard about the arrests that were just made. But given the significance and importance of workplace violence, we wanted to readdress this again at this particular meeting, and because it's been in the news. Want to say that with workplace violence, it's sort of a three-legged stool, right? There's the first piece of it is deterrence, and we'll talk about some of the activities that are gone. Many of the activities, a huge amount of effort gone into trying to deter the ability of people to assault our employees. The second piece of the stool, second leg of the stool, is facilitating arrests and some of the work that's been done to make that happen. And then the last piece, and the part that we've heard a little bit more about today, is prosecution and the challenges there. Regarding the railroads, let me highlight that the MTA PD, led by Chief Mueller, continue to improve deployments to stations and their train patrols. If you were at the Joint Railroad Committee today, you would have heard that the PD, reinforced by feedback that they solicit from the railroads labor partners, from management, and the crews themselves, have increased their deployments, and importantly, increased deployments in problematic lines and at the best times of day. As part of this effort, they amended the way they conduct their patrols, and a little bit was discussed about that earlier today, and that basically they take the person who's causing the problem off the train to do that kind of interrogation of them, so to speak, and determine what's going on. That way they don't hold up the train and the rest of the customers as they try to get on with their business for the day, as well as a concerted effort going after folks that are repeat fare evaders on the system. And these individuals also cause our conductors a huge amount of anguish as they try to fight these guys almost to pay their bills. And so the police are heavily focused on that particular issue. The railroads are also promoting the use of workplace violence hotline, which provides a direct line for reporting incidents. Additionally, employee de-escalation training is ongoing. The railroads have rolled out conductor de-escalation training to over 17,000 of their conductors last year together, and they look to repeat that in 2024. And in just a few minutes, I'll talk about the topic of what we're doing with the criminal justice system. For our buses, our bus operators have significant public exposure and are arguably the toughest job in the MTA. A part of the efforts to protect them during the pandemic, we installed partial barriers around the bus operator's position. These barriers make it more challenging for the public to interfere with our bus operators, but they do not totally protect them. Consequently, as previously identified, New York City Transit embarked on a study for the retrofit of buses with fully enclosed compartments, and they have prototypes built now, and you heard about this a little bit from President Davey at the last meeting, that they're built now. We're looking for to get the electronic mirrors approved by the government, and once we get that waiver in place, we can start testing those in the system, and that'll be a great assistance to protecting our bus operators. To provide further visible deterrence of our buses for assaults, crime, and fare evasion, New York City Transit continues to grow their special inspectors. These are Eagle Team members, was brought up earlier, and add more NYPD officers to their bus cluster security program. These agents and officers heighten security for our bus operators and customers while working to deter fare evasion. Feedback from bus operators is incredibly positive about this program. And most recently, the Department of Buses initiated a test of CCTV cameras and monitors on buses that display real-time images of the area around the driver's compartment and fare box for all in the bus to see. The idea here is to increase the rider's perception that they are being observed and thus temper any potential unruly behavior towards our bus operators. Regarding subways, New York City Transit has multiple efforts ongoing to mitigate the risk of violence to our employees. As mentioned, MTA continues to aggressively pursue the installation of cameras throughout the system. The subways is seeing the expansion of CCTV coverage everywhere, and especially in the subway cars, as was highlighted already this day. And they're moving very briskly to continue that and get it done by the end of the year. And these onboard systems are just a game changer. We heard from Chief Kemper today about that, and they're high quality, and they are really making a difference out there. Yeah.
You just spoke about on CCTV cameras in buses, which are showing on a screen, I guess, what's happening around the bus operator. Is that solely limited to the buses, or is that observed by anybody outside of the buses?
Right now, it's just totally observed on the bus. It's really hard to broadcast it outside of the system. Okay. In addition to helping identify suspects following incident, cameras are providing a deterrence effect just by their existence. To this point, together with our labor partners, we're preparing to install cameras, and you heard about this also earlier today, at our conductor positions, both on the trains and on the platforms. Also, we are about to test, and we saw some photos of it today, a new barrier system of ballards that are a no standing zone around our conductors on the platform. So subways is very engaged in trying to protect those conductors. Finally, I'll highlight that there is no greater deterrent to crime and rules violators than a uniformed police and security presence, and the MTA continues to strive to increase its presence. To this end, even with real fiscal challenges, Mayor Adams continues to support the NYPD's Transit Bureau with additional officers. We've heard today that the NYPD has 1,000 extra officers now authorized to put into the system daily, which is really making a difference. Further, New York City Transit continues to grow its successful gate guard program, providing enhanced security to our fare arrays and station booth agents. Now a bit about criminal prosecution of our employees for assaults. This slide points out mixed results among our agencies regarding improvement from the previous year. I'd like to draw your attention to how aggressively the police are pursuing the identification and arrest of assailants last year. For over a year now, the MTA has had a focused effort to monitor our employee assault cases and other egregious crimes conducted within our system, and ensuring that district attorney offices have the required information needed to pursue prosecution and are aware of special related transit rules, such as these are legal remedies, such as the fact that you can ban folks for assaulting our employees. This slide highlights some of the results of our efforts to support public safety, especially for our employees. Here you see 3 recent cases where district attorneys not only are pursuing prosecution, but achieved the application of bail requirements. This increases the likelihood that suspects will stand trial. Further, the application of bail requirement often keeps these assailants off our system and unable to harm our employees. Regarding prosecutions, we have seen increases with criminals held accountable for assaults against our employees. While we have yet to see assailants receive the maximum sentences for assaults on our system, the recent results indicate that assailants were held accountable and, as importantly, deterred from further assaults on our employees. So they're basically, by being put into prison, even or banned, we're keeping them out of the system. Even with our focused efforts, we've not been able to totally be successful in deterring an assailant's ability to get back into our system and near our employees. This slide highlights recent assaults where suspects were dismissed. The cases were dismissed. The bottom two entries illustrate where recidivist assailants had their cases dismissed, and the chair just talked about it a minute ago and outside. These criminals have multiple assaults on not only our workforce, and this is just our workforce, but also other people in the system. And when their cases get dismissed, it's pretty hard to understand how that's advancing public safety. Committee members, I will end with saying that the leadership of the MTA are passionate about deterring assaults on our employees and continue to pour resources into this protection. Chair, that concludes the presentation.
I mean, the stat that I think of is that last year we had, I think, 45 people were arrested for employee assaults, and only 11 have been indicted. That gives me concern. That, in combination with the statistics we're talking about recidivism, which is real, gives me concern about whether we're doing a great job through the whole ecosystem, from when something happens through the police investigation and the use of cameras, and then hopefully an arrest, but ultimately, are we keeping these people from doing stuff again and again and again? The absence of the shortage of indictments, even when there are arrests, gives me concern. And again, we're trying to convey, we don't hold ourselves out as criminal justice experts, but we are in the business of protecting our passengers and our employees. Mr. Brinkman.
Well, the one thing that kind of struck me, and I agree with you 100%, is someone who went through the criminal justice system, slashed 2 of our employees and got no jail time, 5 years probation. That's outrageous. That is totally outrageous. And it's an indictment on our criminal justice system that they're not doing the right job.
And just to build on on Jerry's comment, the criminal justice system at large will decide how they want to handle sentencing, but I think where we really have to send the messages, and we've had this conversation several times, about expanding and improving upon this ban, transit ban. We had one. It was great that it was used, it was exercised, but the fact that it doesn't come into effect until conviction and then sentencing, we had a robust conversation over sandwiches before that, that could take years. And we have recidivist actors that are just coming back and back. And, this is only so much in our control, the agency's control.
Thank you. Others? Anyone? Ms. Lopez?
Kind of following up to what my colleague Sammy was mentioning, even if these cases are dismissed, could we still ban these individuals? And if we do ban, how do we enforce that?
So the criminal justice system must issue a ban. It has to be part of a sentence that's issued at the end of, whatever the prosecution process is, but that is on the books. It is available in some circumstances. And, we're doing our best to make sure that everybody in the criminal justice world understands that that is a law. It's available for attacks on any and all MTA employees at this point, because we've pushed hard to make sure it applies to everybody. So that's something we're definitely highlighting. I'm going to move us along because I know B&T has a presentation that they want to do. So super important issue, but more discussion to follow. Bridges and tunnels.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Pat. Good afternoon, Commissioners. As one of our most important safety indicators, traffic collisions on our bridges and tunnels continue to show a downward trend for the last 4 years, having reached the lowest point in 4 decades. As we continuously monitor these trends, we do so trying to identify causes and factors involved in all collisions. Importantly, we can say that most of these collisions are not very serious in nature. Mostly are rear and sideswipe types of collisions at low rates of speed, which can be attributed to driver inattentiveness. Moving to the next slide. As you can see in the chart in front of you, the trend has been that more impressive considering the significant increase in traffic volume over the past 4 years, having reached the highest level in recorded level for our traffic last year, having reached 920,000 crossings daily, which is a record for since we started tracking the traffic. So if we compare the 22 to 23, traffic volume was up by 2.7%, yet collisions were down by 11.4%. Another way to look at this is that there are about 3.5 collisions for every 1 million crossings a day, which is, again, 3.5 collisions for a day for at 9 facilities. To underscore, or this underscores the commitment of our enhancing customer safety and maintaining positive trends in minimizing roadway incidents. And this could be attributed to 3 E's that we coined: engineering, education, and enforcement. If we look at engineering, our partnering with construction and development, whether it's short, medium, or long-term projects, improving permanent roadway configurations and line striping has been an important asset, important improvement in our roadway construction. As a matter of drivers tend to be creatures of habit, and having permanent roadway structures is very helpful. Education also has been an important segment of this improvement. Active signage, ways, and other mapping, regional partner with via Transcom, real-time information, alerting drivers about closures and roadway conditions has been very important to us. Lastly, enforcement. Highway patrols, which monitor, which are obviously to monitor our traffic, to monitor control, monitor our road conditions. Roadway presence is important. Traffic monitoring and assistance to motorists is important. Whether it's an incident, whether it's a broken vehicle or debris on the roadway, having removed and cleared the roadway is essential in having a safe passage. So all of this is to make it as pleasant and a safe environment for our motorists to cross our roadways. That concludes my report.
That's it, Chair.
Thank you. I'm told that somehow we need to take another vote to advance the work plan, safety plan to the full board. Can I have a motion? Mr. Chu, Ms. Mahal says thank you for the second. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? Okay, the safety plan is advanced to the board. Is there any further business to be conducted? Super important material, and I thank everybody for participating today. Thanks.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, motion adjourned, second. Everybody voted
Aye.
yes? Great. So it's adjourned.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take Staten Island Ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream.
We're pushing an hour behind schedule, so we're going to get moving.
Yep, good.
Calling to order the February Capital Program Committee. Members of the public,
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Today we have 5 public speakers. We have 4 in person, 1 remote. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers please adhere to MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker is Jack Connors, and following him is Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon. I'm Jack Connors, Research and Communications Associate at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. On Valentine's Day, contractors and riders got news worse than cheap chocolate. The MTA is having commitment issues, putting new capital projects contracts on hold thanks to lawsuits from pro-traffic fanatics. This drastic but fiscally prudent move is an arrow to the heart for MTA riders who will have to wait longer for accessibility projects, station improvements, and state-of-good repair work that's the literal nuts and bolts of our system. A super minority of second homeowners and politicians looking to score cheap political points should not be able to unilaterally delay projects that stand to benefit millions of New Yorkers, and New Jerseyans, ironically, as well. Already, phase 2 of the 2nd Avenue subway, ADA upgrades on 20 plus stations, and signal modernization on the A, C, B, D, F, and M lines are on hold. Opponents of congestion pricing are eager to point out the deficits that decades of disinvestment have wrought on a region's transit system, yet offer no alternative. Not only is this disingenuous, it's downright deceptive to their constituents who are right to call for transit improvements in their communities. Riders should hear it like it is. According to the New York State Comptroller, $43 billion is needed to bring us to a state of good repair, a cost that only climbs with each delay of this essential program. We encourage riders to turn out in support of congestion relief at this week's hearings. For those who can't make it, we've made it easy to submit public comment in support of better transit and cleaner air by going to pcac.org/bettertransit. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza. Following him is Jason Anthony.
All right, everyone. Good afternoon. Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. So you all know that we're against congestion pricing, and the Hollis station now is not getting done because of the lawsuits with congestion pricing. So that's going to happen, and that's, it'll just go through the motions. So again, the reason why we don't support congestion pricing is because the express bus fares are $7. You have all these empty express buses running, and you have all these empty trains running on the railroad. Lower the prices, fill up seats. We have not seen a plan of extra service. Where are all these millions and millions of people going to go in the subway system? The subway system cannot handle it. It's a daily miracle to provide any service in the subway. And so now you're asking people to get out of their cars, get in a dangerous subway system where people are being attacked. So when y'all get the security situation under control, then all that will work. So, we wanted the Hollis station. We were excited about it. But because of the lawsuits, we're not going to get it now. It's not happening. And that's okay. It'll go through the motions. Hopefully someday the Hollis station will get done. And I know that everyone's like, what's he saying? But, in good faith, Mr. Chairman, we can't support it. Not until we have more service and, more discounts are given to the communities. And that you have to also think about the people with disabilities. What about them? What about people who have medical appointments in the city? They need that. Teachers, our first responders, our police officers, our firefighters, they should not have to pay that $15 fee to get in the city. And also transit workers. In fact, transit workers, this was not even included in their contracts. Like, you would think that that's a no-brainer to me. That should have been included in their contracts. So guys, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Anthony.
Hey, Jano. Hey, Jamie. Good afternoon, Miss King, Midori, Sam, Shanifa, Norman, and the rest of the Capital Construction meeting. Let's do some fact-checking regarding congestion pricing. Since that yours truly testified in this month's New Jersey Transit Corporation board meeting, I was surprised that they're going to conduct some series of public hearings next week. But guess what, folks? It's going to be in person only, disenfranchising those who live here in New York. But guess what? Without congestion pricing, stations like Hollis and others won't get renovated because of a lawsuit that New Jersey imposed against the MTA. Because New Jersey is acting like a NIMBY and won't settle the lawsuit. And because of that lawsuit, our system is in a state of crisis. And because of that lawsuit, signals won't be able to be upgraded. We won't be able to get more elevators and ramps. And everything will be rolled back because New Jersey won't settle the lawsuit. Think about it, folks. Because instead, they offered discounts on Valentine's Day. But us, we have to suffer the consequences. I'll see you later, folks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christopher Greif. Following Christopher, we'll roll over to our virtual speaker, Maddie Bucky's Highland.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif, and I agree with my fellow colleague, and as he's been saying, the congestion pricing. But congestion pricing, we need the funding for a lot of reasons. Accessibility, technology, elevators, ramps, buses, and very important, our buildings that MTA are in, also we need to make sure they're funded as well. But accessibility needs to be in this category. And with capital right now, as the last capital meeting I was at the public hearing, I mentioned one thing that the railroads need to update more is the assistant buttons. As you know, there are some at the stations, but we need to make sure Metro North has them. Further up the lines, the diesel turf needs it as well. And I did say that there. It is extremely important so wheelchairs, walkers, and baby strollers, I don't want to leave out baby strollers because I will get hit by mothers, especially my own. We want to make very clear that the alert button is there for a reason so crews can see it, so they can make sure they can get on or off safely. The safety is the strongest thing we got to keep. As we had the safety committee before, I'm still going to say accessibility, safety. We still need to continue that. And with the congestion pricing, and I will say this again and every time, we need the congestion pricing for accessibility for seniors and people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Maddie Bucky's Highland.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman. I'm Matty W. Bucky's Highland. Today I'm going to speak about accessibility. You know, I spoke at the testify me along with Mr. Anthony and Mr. Greif and his mother, though we all have one thing in common. We all support accessibility. Accessibility that is key to this Metropolitan Transportation Authority. As someone who has autism and is interested in joining the ACTR and the ADA task force for the Long Island Railroad, I can't express, we need more funding for accessibility. I do support congestion pricing, but I do oppose the price of it because of its high. If it was like $7 or $8, I would support it, but not at 15, I cannot support it at all. Priorities are funding, because obviously there's lawsuits going to happen, and that could ultimately end up in the United States Supreme Court in Washington, and it could strike down congested pricing, or if we have another president or a secretary, they can pull the plug on it. And that's critical funding that is required to make sure that the Metropolitan Transportation Authority is a 21st century system. I'm going to speak again about congested pricing on Thursday's public hearing. I invite you all to attend to testify your thoughts and beliefs on that. Thank you. God bless you and have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Thank you, Ms. King. Let me turn it over to Mr. Torres Springer at this point.
Thank you, Chair. Before we get to regular business for this committee, I think we're going to ask my colleague Camelo Arroyo for an important accessibility update, which relates to the impacts of congestion pricing that is really the key subject matter we're here to discuss today.
Thank you so much, Jamie. So every month I speak to this body on the progress that we're doing on accessibility, elevators opening, ramps, so many other technologies, innovations that we're rolling out. Unfortunately, this month I have a different tune, not because that work isn't happening, but because we are hitting the pause button on a lot of our accessibility enhancements and the work that we had set out to do, to focus on another trajectory, continuation of accessibility at the MTA going forward. And I'm talking about congestion pricing, as Jamie said. I'm here to talk to you about where we are today on the development for congestion pricing, and if we could load up a different presentation, I think that'd be great.
I'll come back.
I'm here to talk to you about where we're at today with the disability exemption component of congestion pricing. And as you all know, when congestion pricing was passed as law in the state of New York, there were two exemptions. One for the disability community. Persons with disabilities are not going to be charging congestion pricing fee. And of course, emergency vehicles, ambulances, and others. So I'd like to give you a little bit of context of where we're at with that today. So we are still planning to go forward in June, should we prevail in the courts, and are able to move forward past the litigations you heard of from one of our public speakers earlier. Unfortunately, yes, those folks from across the river have forgotten that over 90,000 of their residents come into New York City every day and utilize our trains, our buses to get to work, to school, and to see their loved ones in the theater. So much happening here in New York. However, I want to start off by talking about some good news. The disability exemption, we haven't spoken to you about openly, but we did have a plan that some of you might have heard about where we were leveraging disability license plates issued by the DMV. And in conversations with a lot of the advocates and folks around the MTA, we realized that that wasn't going to be an equitable program for us to roll out for the community, mainly because someone who is blind, let's say, is not eligible for a disability license plate. The DMV doesn't give that to that body. And so for many other reasons, we've pivoted from that initial take on how the exemption would be rolled out. And we are now working with what we're calling IDEP, an Individual Disability Exemption Plan. It is a very fair program where the main takeaway is going to be one person with disabilities who applies for IDEP. If they are eligible, they will get one vehicle, and we're focusing on that license plate of that one vehicle for the exemption. Now, I know that there's some ripples with that program. A lot of people in the community would like to see more vehicles, but we think that this is a prudent approach, and I want folks to understand that this is what we're coming out the door with. This is a solution that a lot of our advocates are happy with. A lot of the elected officials have been pleased to hear. And of course, organizational disability exemption plans will continue to roll out so that vehicles like ambulettes who carry people with disabilities aren't being charged, our accessoride vehicles and the vehicles who carry accessoride customers are not being charged. And to create a streamlined process, we are looking to leverage our existing 170,000 registrants who qualify and are already in our ecosystem for paratransit to get an automatic approval for an IDEP system. So those folks in paratransit will be able to simply apply and automatically get approved. They'll have to upload one license plate to get that system. Other folks who are looking for the exemption will have to apply and come to an assessment center to ensure that they have a qualifying mobility disability for the disability exemption. We look forward to hearing from the public on the thoughts at our 4 upcoming hearings, but I am very proud of what we've come up with, and it's been an all hands on deck. B&T, paratransit, headquarters, and folks in the disability community. So I'm really proud of what we're coming out with. To come back, when I first got here, I spoke to you about my redefining of accessibility. I am not the chief disability officer, I'm the chief accessibility officer. And that's important because accessibility is truly universal. And I wanted to paint a picture of who stands to benefit most from congestion pricing. It is our 65 million tourists who come into the city every year with luggage, who need assistance to come through our system. It is parents, and on average, we see 130,000 births in New York City every year. That's 130,000 strollers being added to our pavement, our train systems, and our buses. And of course, our aging New Yorkers, over 1.5 million aging New Yorkers, whom I'd like to say, forget about the Carolinas, forget about Florida. I want you to age in place in New York City, in the communities that you helped build. But in order to do that, we need to create a more accessible system. And of course, over 1 million New Yorkers with disabilities citywide. And we have a lot on the ballot here, a lot to lose should congestion pricing not come through. Congestion pricing is a pivotal part of this current capital plan, $55 billion. 15 of those 55 are expected to come from congestion pricing. And what will that give New Yorkers? Faster movement. For those New Yorkers who must drive, they should love congestion pricing because it'll alleviate an estimated 200,000 vehicles off the road. That means better traffic for our buses, some of which move at 6 miles an hour. Some of you board members could run faster than that. It'll move paratransit vehicles, the 33,000 trips we do every day for New Yorkers with disabilities, well, they are stuck in traffic too. And that is not the transit system that we would like to give them. And of course, it'll deliver more trains, newer trains. Some of us rode the R211s. Andrew, I know you're a big fan. Well, we need congestion pricing to continue to roll out those new subways and buses. But of course, our capital investments, which is where 80% of the funding from congestion pricing will be going to. Over 250 new electric buses, which have a huge suite of accessibility enhancements, wider doors, bigger ramps, over 7 flip-up seats, and a lot more visual and audible assistance for communication, effective communications. Over $1 billion for the next generation of subway cars, and public announcement systems. We hear every month here from John Padula about the importance of announcement systems in our project, in the system for people who are blind, who use the system every day to know where they're at, to know about service changes. Well, guess what? There's a $300 million project in this capital plan that would have enhanced public announcements at over 70 stations. That's on hold because of lack of funding from congestion pricing. This plan is historic. I am so proud to be sitting behind this table with a group of folks that are doing right at the MTA for EJ communities, for minority communities who were placated by previous administrations, including Black and brown communities, including low-income communities, and of course the disability communities, who people said, take what you got and be happy. Well, not this group here. We are undoing that harm. And I'm saying undoing that harm because I too live in Harlem, and we have great projects that are on hold because of congestion pricing. But let me give you a little look at what's being stopped because of the lack of this funding. And I know Jamie's going to go into further details about this, but as you see here, borough-wide equity in this capital plan, a focus, putting our money where our mouth is in all these communities that were not getting some love in the past, were not anymore. These are over 20 stations that are put on hold because of lack of funding from congestion pricing, and I know Jamie will give you more details about that. So that's why every New Yorker should care about passing congestion pricing, coming up to our public hearings, and telling our foes that we need congestion pricing because we need faster traffic, we need better traffic, transportation, and we need a system that works for all. So these are, this is definitely a defining moment for accessibility, a defining moment for transit equity here in the 5 boroughs. And we hope to roll this out in June with this IDEP program that I presented to you all. This is really historic, and I hope that all New Yorkers come out because you want to drive in streets that move, because you want better buses, because you want cleaner air, or because you care about accessibility. You're one of those 65 million tourists, you're one of those parents with strollers, you're a New Yorker with a disability, you're an Asian New Yorker who wants to age in place with some grace and dignity, moving around an accessible transit system. Thank you so much, Jamie and Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Q, and thank you for your, thank you. Thank you for what you bring to this issue and what you bring to us every day. I know how passionate you've been about the need to execute on all these promises. Mr. Albert.
Thanks for that, Q. That was really great. One of the ways to qualify, it said on your slide, for an IDEP was to appear at an assessment center. How many are there and where are they?
Thank you so much. So we're still putting this program together, but as of right now, we would definitely be looking to roll out assessment centers in each borough, including Manhattan. And these are assessment centers separate from our paratransit assessment centers that many of you are aware of. This is a new operation that's going to be administered by B&T, and these assessment centers will be citywide in each borough.
Okay. Any other comments? Dr. Rizza.
Yeah, Q, I just wanted to start off by saying I really applaud you and your team's efforts on putting this together. I think IDEP is fantastic, really robust and rigorous. I think one thing we need to be mindful of as we continue to develop this concept is the initial administrative inertia of standing up a program like this. So I wonder if you have any thoughts aside from leveraging AAR, which is a great program that Chris oversees, where we have a database of those qualified already with disabilities. Are there other programs we can use, such as PPPD from NYC's DOT program, that also has a rigorous assessment to help seed the IDEP program. So folks can easily raise their hand, metaphorically speaking, and then we don't have to worry as much about administrative burden.
Thank you for that question, Dr. Rizzo. We are speaking to our partners in the city. I know that I used to work at DOT, so I know how robust that operation is, 24,000 applicants in that ecosystem. So they would definitely qualify. They've already gone through an assessment, a rigorous assessment, but we're speaking to the city of New York and making sure that they're willing and able to help us leverage for that very reason. We don't want to burden New Yorkers with disabilities or folks with disabilities at large. It's a good point to distinguish that PPPD holders, as you mentioned, do not have to live in the city. These are folks who drive in the city of New York, who have been through a medical assessment and already been cleared for disability exemptions or qualifying programs. So we would be happy to continue conversations with the city of New York, and hopefully they do come on board. Thank you, Dr. Rizzo.
Q, just making sure I understand, are you and Dr. Rizzo talking about the city's parking placard program for disabled folks? Am I correct?
That is what Dr. Rizzo asked about,
Okay.
the parking permit for persons with disabilities, which the city of New York administers.
Okay, and you are talking to the city about getting that group of people automatically enrolled in the new program, correct?
It's an active and ongoing conversation with the city of New York, yes.
Yeah, I mean, we do want to make sure that those folks don't have to go through another medical assessment, correct?
That is my goal.
Okay,
Mr.
well,
Chair.
I'm sure the city folks feel the same way, so we got to make that happen. All right, any other comments? Ms. Lopez.
Just a quick question, Q, on the IDEP program, or perhaps it might be too soon to tell. How long would be the process? How long would it take somebody from applying to actually getting a response, whether or not they're eligible for IDEP, or approved for IDEP, I should say?
That's a great question. Our thoughts right now are to open up the application process 60 days prior to congestion pricing starting. So folks who would want to apply for IDEP would have that 60-day window to apply. If they are already one of our 170,000 paratransit riders, they will get an automatic approval. They'll have to upload that one license plate, and they would get that exemption for that one license plate. Anyone else outside of that system, as Dr. Rizzo mentioned, should we also leverage PPPD holders? That would be an additional 24,000 vehicles that would be automatically approved. Anyone outside of that would have to come to an assessment center. Our goal is to get anyone who raises their hand in through those assessment centers before congestion pricing starts.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. I want to throw it back to Jamie. I neglected to ask, are there any changes to the work plan?
No changes to the work plan.
All
Chair.
right. President's report.
Thank you. Today, and I also appreciate everything that Q is doing and the great working relationship that we have, and we are both deeply committed to making sure that we're able to advance these additional ADA accessibility improvements within this capital program that are being held back now. So today, unfortunately, what we need to focus on mostly is what we are not getting done as a result of the delays in congestion pricing. Before I get to that, I do want to report to the committee that we did make our third Metro North station fully accessible this year with the opening of a new street level elevator and a connecting sidewalk at Purdy's on the Harlem line. Again, these are helpful things, reference points for what we have been able to get done and are not going to be able to get done with the delays to congestion pricing in the future. We're continuing our commitment to modernizing our fleet and innovating with a spirit of experimentation. The governor joined the MTA in rolling out 20 new open gangway R211 cars earlier this month. That's got a fair bit of play, but we're excited about that ability to renew the rolling stock within our system. This work is possible due to the high capacity organization that we've created at C&D. We continue to build that organization, and shortly we'll be releasing our strategic plan for 2024 that's focused on these three priorities. The other bit of reporting I need to do is 2023 was a real testament to that capacity as we completed a record of over $7 billion of critical capital work within our system. We're extremely proud of our delivery folks who led those completions, led by Mark Roche, who's here today. Much more of it was on schedule and on budget than ever before, and we've showed that we saved over $1 billion last year. And today we're announcing that since a lot of projects have been moving, we will be able to achieve more than $8 billion of completions this year. This brings us to our current and future commitments. As the committee knows, in February of each year, we bring the board our anticipated targets for commitments and completions. Unfortunately, you'll find in your books a commitment plan for only $2.9 billion for 2024 due to the delays caused by congestion pricing, by the litigation against congestion pricing. This is only the bare level of investment needed to award work with federal funding, emergency work, or keeping some critical work that's already going underway. The level of investment needed to continue to improve, maintain, and expand our system and make it more accessible needs to be put on hold. Let me explain why. And actually, let me just make sure it's clear. That $2.9 billion is really takes us down from these historic highs that we've been hitting in pursuing the capital program. On average, $9 billion a year of commitments the last 3 years, despite the fact that we weren't able to award a major CBTC project in 2023. We had the potential to get to roughly $12 billion in awards this year, but again, we're only able to achieve $2.9 billion. Congestion pricing is foundational to the MTA's capital work. It will raise $15 billion, 30% of the 2020 to 2024 program, but it represents more than 50% of the remaining commitment authority that we have in 2020 to 2024. So for the rest of this capital program, it's all about congestion pricing. With several lawsuits pending, congestion pricing is at risk of delay, despite its benefits to the vast majority of commuters who use transit coming into the city. To be clear, the MTA is confident on the legal issues. The environmental review and community outreach we undertook and the analysis reflected in the 3,000-plus page study were extremely thorough. But with any lawsuit comes risk, especially of delay, and we can't award contracts until the funding is assured. As a result, the MTA capital program must be placed mostly on hold. While litigation is pending, we will not be issuing any new construction contract solicitations with very limited exceptions. And today we have some specifics for the board and the riding public on the impacts of this delay. Q got us started here with the first critical category. But congestion pricing is necessary to advance some of the MTA's most important priorities, as I said before, making the system more reliable, more accessible, and more equitable, including through long-awaited expansions. The impacts of these delays will be devastating, as this map, which will circulate and make clear, is a little hard to read. It shows a subset of what the $15 billion in congestion pricing will do for our transit system, and it makes clear that the entire system will be impacted. Let me go through a few highlights of these categories. Q described this already, but accessibility is one of our top priorities. There's no greater symbol of that than the settlement agreement we reached with disability advocates in 2022. That historical settlement is predicated on full funding for the program without delay. Without it, 20 or more ADA stations in this capital program are at risk. Q highlighted these, but look where they're at risk. All 5 boroughs are impacted. 5 stations in the Bronx, from Mott Haven to Kingsbridge to Wakefield, Briarwood and Jamaica in Queens, Southern Brooklyn stations in Bensonhurst and Coney Island, Nostrand Avenue at the intersection of Crown Heights and Bed-Stuy, major complexes, 42nd Street Bryant Park and Lexington Avenue, 59th Street in Manhattan. These are really critical stations to make ADA accessible. The other big pillar of this capital program is signal modernization, and this board knows how important that is. We're replacing the aging signal, track, and switch infrastructure that the system currently runs on and provide the modern benefits of CBTC, communication-based train control, in terms of reliability and capacity. Late last year, those CBTC upgrades on the Fulton AC line in Brooklyn was the first project to be put on hold. It remains on hold, as does now the 6th Avenue line that would improve service across the B, D, F, and M lines throughout the 4 boroughs. These are vital state of good repair projects, including the replacement of 17 interlockings, 70 switches. They date back to the 1930s. They also represent the single most impactful investment that we can make to improve service in the system. On the 7 line, where CBTC was first installed, on-time performance rose from 68% to more than 90%. Between these two projects, more than 1.5 million riders a day would stand to benefit from one end of those lines to the other, the A and the C, the B, the D, the F, and the M. That's all the way to Far Rockaway, up to the Bronx, Upper Manhattan, Northern and Eastern Queens, lots of transit-dependent neighborhoods where folks are dependent on quality service and reliable service to get to their jobs that they still come to day in and day out. Bed-Stuy, East New York, Lower East Side, so many of the neighborhoods that make up the fabric of this city, and where folks are working and getting to work on the train are not going to achieve reliability benefits because of this delay. Just on these lines, we serve more riders than the next 5 largest subway systems in the country combined. So this work that is now on hold is a huge priority for us. There's more. Also at risk is another $1 billion in funding for new subway cars like those R211s that are now in service for the A and the C lines. The railroads, this delay could impact our ability to purchase new M9A cars for Long Island Railroad and Metro North. Remember, new rolling stock isn't just about customer comfort. Important though that is, it's how we keep the system running. We measure the reliability of train cars in terms of mean distance between failures, how far a car travels before it has a mechanical issue. We've gone from mean distance between failure in the 1980s of 5,000 miles to north of 200,000 miles today through the renewal of rolling stock, and we have a lot more to do. Now, those subway cars purchased in the 1980s are 40 years old and they're starting to decline. We can either keep up the pace and replace them, or wind up with the same reliability crisis that prompted the capital program in the first place. That's part of what's being funded by congestion pricing. Our sustainability program is also at risk. Congestion pricing directly supports the purchase of 270 electric buses on top of the 205 that we ordered at the end of last year. And just as critically, the installation of charging infrastructure at 10 depots to support those buses. Electrification is at the core of the MTA's commitment to achieve emissions reductions of 80% by 2040. But the impacts are not just global. Locally, electrifying the fleet that serves low-income neighborhoods with high asthma rates is a vital matter of environmental justice. So this is a secondary benefit of the environmental improvements achieved in the first place by congestion pricing. Our electrification plan prioritizes environmental justice communities, so bus depots in historically underserved communities will be the first to replace diesel hybrid buses with electric. You'll see that on the map. East New York, Harlem, Kingsbridge, some of these other neighborhoods, these are the neighborhoods that are going to benefit first from those battery electric buses and the investment in congestion pricing. We've talked a lot about this. It's been 52 years since the first groundbreaking for Second Avenue Subway. 2 generations of East Harlem residents grew up waiting on this promise. We are able to put a shovel in the ground. We are putting a shovel in the ground on the early works, but the rest of the project will have to be on hold until the litigation against congestion pricing is resolved. Beyond the projects that customers directly see, this will also impact reliability and state of good repair. This is what keeps our system running. More than 80% of the capital program is dedicated to core infrastructure, and while we've tried to avoid impacts to the most important state of good repair projects, with a third of the capital program at risk, it simply isn't possible to avoid it. Here's a subset of what's at risk. Structural repairs on the D and the F lines in Brooklyn, the 1 in the Bronx, the 7 in Queens, the overcoating work. We've talked about the way we're going about this in an efficient way in the past. We do that to keep our elevated lines standing. That work is at risk. It will also impact more targeted structural repairs in stations and at specific locations like bridge rehabilitation on the 6th line in the Bronx. repairs to our power system. We've talked a lot about this in our 20-year needs assessment. Substation renewals and repairs that keep power to the trains running is at risk. And there's impact to our ability to keep our shops and yards and bus depots running. All the service we provide relies on back-of-house spaces where we maintain our vehicles and equipment. Without congestion pricing, it will mean deferring critical investments that our workers and the system relies on. And this impacts the railroads too. There are many projects, a couple of examples, the water remediation we need to do to make sure we're preserving Atlantic Terminal for Long Island Railroad, further electrification work of the Hudson Line are at risk. And I just want to remind everyone that these projects are critical not only for service to New Yorkers, but for the thousands of men and women who depend on these projects and the prevailing wage jobs that come from them for their livelihoods. The capital program, when it was initially approved and funded, was estimated to support nearly 60,000 jobs. Over 20,000 of these jobs are supported by the funding from congestion pricing. And the impact is statewide. Nearly a quarter of those jobs are in New York State. Outside of New York City, the nearly 2,000 jobs at stake in Long Island, 2,000 in the Hudson Valley, hundreds near Albany and upstate. This is a statewide impact. And firms are also impacted. It's not just important what we build, but how we build it. The MTA is an important source of work for small businesses, minority and women-owned and disadvantaged business enterprises. We're #1 in New York State government in terms of payments. We can reasonably assume that this congestion pricing funding represents billions of dollars in work for those businesses as well. I'll close on this. You'll recognize this image. In 2017, the subways had on-time performance of 65%, the lowest since the 1970s. Since then, it's increased to 85%, the highest in a decade. That's thanks to the work of our operating partners, but also thanks to the capital interventions that we've made since that low point and the summer of hell. And the railroads are similarly setting records for on-time performance. We either can invest in our capital program, as you see on the right, or we can return to the bad old days and see service decline. That's not just some far-off decision to make at this point. We face that decision now with the $15 billion in vital projects that are delayed due to congestion pricing litigation. Thank you, Chair.
Wow.
Can I ask a question?
Well, I want to open it up to the board, but I just want to go by saying that I have not seen a more powerful presentation of the impact that congestion pricing funding is going to have on our system. And all of us have been talking about this episodically for a while. You really nailed it and have brought it home. So I just compliment you and your team for conveying it that well. Ms. Barbas, Mr. Albert, Ms. Mahaltzis, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I have one question for President Torres Springer. Outside of the very significant impacts that you just laid out due to the delay, can you talk about any secondary effects that you haven't outlined, and you can elaborate on that?
Well, thank you. We did mention that the employment, the contracting for MWBEs, those are big impacts. I think also within the system itself, we mentioned that each of these investments we're making leverages improvements made as a result of prior or current investments. So a good example is we do have 2 lines that are up and running on CBTC now, and those lines were done years ago because they were separate; they weren't interlined. Now we're in the process of getting 5 more lines improved with CBTC. And that's going very well. Our teams are running those projects. We're bringing those to fruition. But in fact, even the benefits to those lines cannot be achieved unless we get the A and the C done and the B and the D and the F and the M. So Queens Boulevard East and West, those improvements, the Culver line, the 8th Avenue line, those are lines that we're currently investing billions of dollars in, and we will not be able to realize the benefits in terms of reliability and frequency of CBTC until we get these projects done as well.
Mr. Albert, Ms. Mahaltzis.
I don't know that this has a definitive answer, but pending a positive resolution in court, how long would it take for everything to start up again?
It's a good question. We can't really speculate about the timing of the litigation. All I can say is the sooner we can get these delays over with, the sooner we can get back to our program. One of the things we've worked really hard on as an organization in the last few years is putting the systems in place so that we can continually be awarding, competing and awarding capital work. That's how it works. If you have to do it all at once, you can't get it all awarded, and there's a huge gap in the system that's caused by effectively demobilizing and then having to remobilize. So that's what's at risk is
And
even
to-
if we get through this in the next few months, we're piling up all the awards that my friend Mr. Iceland is going to have to make in such a way that it's going to sort of cause these knock-on snowball effects of slowing us down.
Are we also running the risk of each of these projects costing more the longer it takes?
Absolutely. Thank you. Absolutely. I mean, we will get less for, we will get less for our money because with each passing month, and particularly during these inflationary times, we see major increases to prices. That's a
I
very
just
good
want to
point.
underscore that point. Because we had such a robust capital program coming out of COVID, we moved much more quickly, as Jamie's shown you from both their awards and their completions, to get the machine warmed up. Now, the rest of the world is warmed up because of the Biden infrastructure plan. So we will be competing for contractors and resources with regionally and nationally as a result of this delay. It has consequences beyond just the passage of time. Ms. Mahaltzis.
So that was my question. Did we try to quantify for every month that congestion pricing is delayed from all these frivolous lawsuits, what it's actually going to cost us to do these programs when and if we get the green light to move forward?
Yeah, I don't have an exact quantification. I can say that we will start to see tens of millions of dollars in escalation costs for when we award this work. That is a real risk.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah, congratulations on a very clearly thought out and beautifully presented speech. Not a single or like was involved. You didn't have to gather your thoughts. I thought it was very clear. And I think it's right. You just follow this passage of time here in the last 8 years as we were struggling with CBTC on a number 7, the constant barrage of bad media we got creating the 7. And it sat there kind of in isolation. However, there were some externalities from that, which you can see in every other system that touches it. They all got better. And that comes to what passes for wisdom in my little brain, sort of a Newtonian concept of, an object at rest tends to stay at rest until acted upon by an outside force, and an object in motion tends to continue in motion until acted on by an outside force. And I suggest this lawsuit in Jersey is kind of like the apple falling on Newton's head, and if that ever happened. And, I think you guys have properly described it, but, you looked at that map, I was looking at that map, looking at all the things that interface with the A and the C and the F. All of those, every system that touches it is going to improve even with the old technology because you got CBTC in there. But without CBTC, the opposite will happen. It will tend to collapse on itself. And, I trust you guys to handle this. You're doing a great job on it.
I mean, I just got to say, just not to miss the opportunity to remind everybody, when people get on a bus from New Jersey and they get off at that George Washington Bridge bus terminal, and there are a lot of them, including, I think, our billionth customer last year was somebody who commutes that way, he gets on the A. He gets on the A train. So thanks to the litigation, that and many other Bergen County customers are going to have a crappier commute because more New Jerseyites get on the MTA system than drive by a lot. So this is that one aspect of this dispute is very counterproductive for our brothers and sisters across the Hudson.
As much as I dislike quoting from Chris Christie, wouldn't it be something like time for some traffic problems in Fort Lee?
It's their own, it seems to be a motto that keeps on giving. Other comments or questions? Thank you for, again, very powerful presentation. That was the business of this meeting. We just needed everybody to understand what's going on and what it all means. But one thing I did not do was the minutes. So there are minutes. Yes, please.
So if you could just give us 2 minutes on where we are as timing, what do we think is going to happen in the next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
I'll do my best. I don't see Paige's here. She'll correct me if I get it wrong. But where we are is that we have briefing schedules for for the resolution, or at least a decision on the summary judgment motions in the New Jersey case. There's also an aggressive briefing schedule on the New York cases, which have all been consolidated into the Southern District. So that both courts on both sides of the Hudson are acting like they want to have a resolution before our scheduled June go live for congestion pricing. That's what we're operating on. Did I say it right? Yes. Okay. All right. Procurements, Mr. Iceland.
Thank you. Construction and Development is presenting 2 procurement actions totaling $9.3 million to the Capital Program Committee for approval this month. The procurement package contains 2 competitive actions. The first is an award of a contract for project management consultant services. It is to assist with the administration and oversight of a contract for the painting and miscellaneous lighting improvements at the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. The second item is a modification to furnish and install dampers at 5 signal houses on the Harlem and Hudson lines. These items are described in detail in the staff summaries contained within your committee books, and I hereby submit them for your consideration and vote.
And Chair, just for background, just lest we seem like we're contradicting ourselves, this is, as we said, we have a $2.9 billion, commitment plan. This is a program manager to support a major contract we already awarded at the end of last year for bridges and tunnels for work on the Verrazano Bridge, and that change order that was mentioned was about $100,000. There's work we have to do just to keep the system going, but that's what we're going to be seeing for the next few months.
With that clarification, may I have a motion on these? Mr. Chu, second Ms. Barbas. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The procurements carry forward. So back to minutes. There were minutes of what meeting? Of January Capital Program Committee minutes have been distributed and are available on the websites. Any changes? Any comments? Not hearing none. May I have a motion to approve? Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you, Ms. Barbas. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The minutes are approved, and with that, I conclude the meeting. May I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Thank you, Ms. Mahaltos, for the second. The meeting is adjourned.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, thank you, and we appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe for us to be out here to and from, work and home.
My work impacts the Long Island community because we just make it safe for the customer itself. We keep the conditions of all the stations clean, you don't want a dirty station. We do just more than cleaning. We help out in any way we can.
My favorite part of the job is meeting new people, the people I work with, experiencing new things. I like my job, and I wake up every morning and know that I have a great job to get to go to.
does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
My name is Winnie Espada.
I hereby call the February Finance Committee meeting to order. How many public speakers do we have?
We have 3 public speakers today.
Okay, let's hear them.
The first public speaker is Jason Anthony, who will be followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Oh, hey Haida, hey Kevin, and the rest of the Finance Committee meeting. Hey Neil, Jason Anthony here from the Long Island Railroad 88 Task Force. Let's talk about congestion pricing. Kevin, I have news for you. Since I spoke at the New Jersey Transit's last board meeting, I got very interesting surprises, and is that since that they're proposing a 15% fare hike, but get this, Kevin, they're going to do a 3% annual fare increases in addition to the 15. So instead of the 4% biannual fare and toll increases that you and your team have implemented over here, so their fare and toll fare increase over there so is double. But the interesting thing is that they don't want to settle the lawsuit that they have against us. And the interesting thing is that they lack of transparency. We never saw the data that they presented. But at the end of the day, Kevin, you're doing an amazing job here at the MTA. I couldn't be more prouder with you and your team. We hope that this lawsuit gets settled once and for all, because all the projects that I saw that Jamie and his team presented are going to be halted with this lawsuit. So I hope that you and your team get together with them and settle this lawsuit once and for all. So I'll see you guys on Wednesday.
Thank you. Our second speaker is Charlton D'Souza, who will be followed by Maddie Buckhees-Hyland.
Good afternoon, guys. Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. So, we need a weekly city ticket. You know, we spoke to the elected officials. We've been up there. And again, you guys are proposing the congestion pricing. Everything's going through the motions with the lawsuits. But The question has to be for the MTA, how do you get millions of people out of their cars? You're going to need discounts. You're going to need incentives. You have to get the city ticket program weekly going, and you have to get it going for the summer. That's what I would say to you, because the E and F trains are unreliable. The 2 trains in the Bronx are breaking down. People are being left stranded. And we need equity. And a lot of bus trips are going missing because of the bus driver shortage, which isn't really talked about. Express bus trips are missing every day. So the miracle to provide service, y'all have to do a major recruiting effort to get people to want to work for transit. And right now, with all the safety things and everything happening, that's a challenge. So the existing infrastructure as it is right now will not be able to handle all these people coming out of their cars in the subway. So you're going to have to fill up the express buses, the railroads. And I think if you make the fare for the express buses like $4.50 and maybe $3.75 for the railroads, that'll get people excited. So that, I've been at all these meetings begging you guys, nothing happens. So I just hope it happens. And we'll be up in Albany speaking with the legislatures like we did last year. So we just need the board, and everyone to get it going. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Maddie Buckhees-Heidland.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Matty W. Bucky's Highland here in my house in Florida. Anyway, for today's topic, I want to speak today about the congestion pricing concerns that has been raised by my fellow speakers in the past committees. I'm the only one that's looked at all 6 committees today. We have issues regarding, I have an issue regarding, well, I do support having less cars on the road, and I do believe the threat of climate change is real. I do oppose the threat. I do oppose the price of the congestion pricing at $15. The only no vote was from Commissioner David Mack, who's my county representative for Nassau County. Anyway, I hope everyone had a great day, and I invite you all tomorrow to attend the New Jersey Turnpike Authority meeting in Woodbridge, New Jersey. I'll start at 9 a.m. at 1 Turnpike Plaza in Woodbridge, New Jersey. Anyway, please have a safe evening, get home safe, and may God bless each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes the public speakers portion of the agenda, Mr. Chairman.
All right, David, thank you very much. Do we
That's
not
me
have minutes
too.
this month?
Later on the agenda.
Later?
On the agenda, yes.
I don't remember that. Why is that? Just for
I
fun?
don't control the agenda. That's
You
how it was
don't?
decided.
I guess I do. Did I ask for the minutes?
I think it was made to be consistent with all the committees.
All right, that's very confusing. Yeah, can I just do the thing? I'm reading this. Yeah, let's do the minutes, damn it. Let's do. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Oh my God. Wow, we're working blue here, aren't we? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding around. Anyway, can I have a motion to approve the January 2024 minutes of the Finance Committee?
So moved.
Thank you, Haider. Second. Thank you, Sammy. Any additions, corrections, deletions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, abstention, motion passes. Thank you very much. Okay, monthly financial performance report is in your books. This is the second month we're doing this new format. Hopefully, any comments about the format, by the way? Anyone miss Budget Watch and Finance Watch? Thing of the past, I guess. All right, David, take us through the budget portion, please.
January 2024 preliminary results compared to the adopted budget were favorable by $15 million or 2%. Operating revenues were $18 million or 3% unfavorable, with passenger revenue unfavorable by $18 million or 5%, toll revenue favorable by $4 million or 2%, and other operating revenue unfavorable by $5 million or 7%. The unfavorable passenger revenue variance primarily reflects unfavorable paid ridership for New York City Transit bus, with New York City Transit Subway and Staten Island Railway also unfavorable due to lower than anticipated paid ridership. As a reminder, the adopted budget includes below the line a farebox revenue loss provision of $100 million for 2024 to offset unfavorable farebox revenue results. Toll revenue was $4 million favorable for January. The 2024 adopted budget for farebox revenue is based on the midpoint of the McKinsey prepared high case and low case scenarios. In January, passenger revenues were slightly below the midpoint, 70.8% versus 71.7% when compared to January 2019. Passenger revenues were $125 million, or 26% below farebox revenue in January 2019, while total revenue exceeded the January 2019 revenue by $10 million, or 7%. These changes from 2019 are adjusted to account for rate changes in both fares and tolls since January 2019. Operating subsidies were $19 million, or 6% favorable in January, primarily reflecting favorable petroleum business tax receipts of $36 million due to December 2023 receipts not transferred to the MTA until early January. However, unfavorable results were recorded for the urban tax of $14 million, the mortgage recording tax of $14 million, and city subsidy at MTA bus for $2 million. City subsidy is a timing issue. Capital subsidies for January from the real property transfer tax surcharge, the mansion tax, and the internet marketplace tax were on target with the adopted budget. Operating expenses were favorable by $13 million, or 1%. Underruns were at all agencies except New York City Transit and FinTech. Preliminary analysis indicates that overall the favorable results were mostly timing related. Debt service expenses was $1 million, or less than 1% favorable, reflecting timing of accruals related to certain refundings and interest payments, and to timing of an actual bond issuance in January versus assumed timing in the adopted budget, and there's further detail in the financial performance report. And that's the operating budget portion of the report.
Yeah, thank you, David. Look, for those of you spending a little time in the report, and I at least focus probably maybe more so than necessary on the midpoint forecast from McKinsey on paid ridership, and I compare it to the subway and the bus ridership in particular, and we are now, I think, 7 months in a row of underneath the midpoint for subway paid ridership, mildly beneath it, but we are particularly below on the bus side, and we all know and have talked many times about the why, but I thought it'd be useful for to ask Kevin to give us a little more context, because if you play out this 1 month trend further on farebox, it will have not a pleasant impact on our P&L at the end of the year. Kevin?
Thanks, Neil. As you stated, our current ridership, mainly on buses and a little bit on subway, is, for January, we're about 18 million below budget. And if stepping back, if you remember how our financial plan is built, is that, at this point we're expecting gradual increases in paid ridership in 2024, 25, and 2026. To the extent that ridership flattens out, so if we don't see the growth come back, the growth that we have built into the budget in 24, the loss in revenue I estimate to be roughly $250 million for 24, and then build the larger amounts that. Now remember, David mentioned we've reserved $100 million of assumed loss ridership, mainly because of what we were seeing in buses, but that obviously wouldn't cover the 250. On the good news side is, when you look at the expense savings in January, that almost offset all the revenue loss for January. So we've got to keep a lid on expenses, so forth. As it relates to the subsidies and the dedicated taxes, I'll say the bright spot, and we kind of get daily reports, the payroll mobility tax, it was part of the state's plan, that's actually looking like it's running a little bit better than budget. It's probably somewhat volatile month to month, but feel good about that. Don't feel so good about the real estate taxes. The mortgage recording taxes are still, there's just not a lot of refinancing activity or people selling their homes. Nobody wants to give up their 3% mortgages. So anyway, kind of bottom line is, Neil's right, is, what we've seen is this somewhat disturbing trend of ridership kind of leveling off at current levels rather than continuing the growth, paid ridership. And so that's some combination of, obviously, if fare evasion was less, our paid ridership would be a lot higher. And, so part of the, I think, our objectives for the year is, can we, have fare evasion, arrested or have it move better? That'll help with paid ridership. Or irrespective of fare evasion, will we continue to get growth in paid ridership? So that's it. So no reason to panic yet. 1 month doesn't make a year. We've got, flexibility built into the budget, but we'll keep reporting out on the trends. And this is kind of this last 10% of ridership growth, over the next 3 years, is, at least based on the recent trend, is going to be a challenge.
Questions? Please.
Obviously, paid ridership on buses is way down. I think the number I've read is 1 in 7 are actually paying, or something like that. Do we have weight sensors on buses to tell us ridership versus the fare box?
Yeah, so I think, and Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, we've got paid ridership about 55% and fare evasion about 45% on buses, and we have automatic people counters. But Jay
We have
can
automatic passenger counts on about 65 to 70% of our buses.
Is that based on weight or an electric eye?
Electric sort of like counter that tells us when people are boarding and when are exiting. So we use those APC datas to calculate fare evasion against our fare box revenue.
And we have those on SBS and non-SBS buses, right?
I'm not sure on the SBS side, but definitely on the non-SBS sides. I can check for that information. But like I said, 70% of our buses have that, so we can extrapolate great data, statistically sound, for a fare evasion analysis.
Thanks. And as
Just so you know, if you're suggesting pay by the pound, I'm very against that.
no, I wasn't suggesting that.
That was your joke? That's what you're getting ready for? I saw you getting ready for a comment. Go ahead. Hold on. Go ahead.
I ride the subways very frequently, and I cannot take a trip without seeing multiple incidents of fare evasion.
Yeah.
So I have asked repeatedly when, and I'm happy to hear there's an RFI out on the new turnstiles we saw at the end of the blue ribbon panel, and I think those will pay for themselves. They'll stop crime. They'll help pay for themselves if we can get those new turnstiles in.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Andrew. And I think we as a committee have a obligation to protect the P&L of this entity, and to do that, we have to find a way to promote and frankly figure out how do we fund that. Other questions for on budget?
I just want to add, SBS buses do have APC on it.
Great, thank you, Jay.
Yeah, I did want to comment that, we are seeing a somewhat different story on the commuter rails, where they're above the midpoint on paid ridership. And so, I think that's a sign that the kind of a sign of confidence of people coming into the city, using the service, the high level of service we provide, so forth and so on. So, it is somewhat of a mixed bag of results, but subway and buses is such a large part of our customer base. We have to get it right in subways and buses.
And if you ride on weekends, you'll see that for discretionary travel, the trains are packed.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if this is for you, Kevin, or for Jay. What is the total revenue on a full year basis for the fare increase that we've gotten through? Just roughly.
I think fare and tolls is roughly $250 to $300 million.
Okay, well, it's kind of interesting that number is kind of the same as the shortfall that we're talking about. So if we could I'm just trying to make an argument to the public who is in part here, that if you paid your fare, we probably wouldn't have the same pressure we have on the top line. Not that we wouldn't do that because it's necessary for the budget, but looking at this, the fare evasion problem actually makes it much worse for us to close the gap and makes the pressure on raising fares that much greater. So I want to make that clear. Olga, over to you, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Today, I will highlight some of the results of a recently executed bond sale and we'll discuss 3 upcoming transactions expected to be executed in March and April. For additional details on these transactions, please refer to capital financing section on pages 10 and 11 of the Finance Performance Report. Earlier this month, we issued $1.65 billion of Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority Sales Tax Revenue Bonds Series 2024A, TBTA Capital Lockbox City Sales Tax. Proceeds of this transaction will be used to finance approved 2020 to 2024 capital program transit and commuter projects. So current capital program projects that have been already committed and are ongoing, as well as to finance a portion of the capital costs of the Central Business District tolling program. There are a couple of things I wanted to highlight for you about this transaction. First, I wanted to acknowledge great work by the MTA finance team, our financial advisor, Prague, and our lead manager on this transaction, Goldman Sachs, on delivering nearly $1.8 billion in funding for the capital program. You might recall that when we discussed this transaction last month, we were talking about an $800 million transaction, and we more than doubled the size of this deal. This is a couple of things. One is volatility in the markets. Had we brought this deal to the market a week earlier, I would have probably reported a much smaller deal. We were incredibly lucky with our timing. There was a rally in treasury markets, and we saw an incredible interest in our bond sale. We were able to capitalize on that by both increasing, more than doubling the size of the bond sale, and we also improved the pricing on the deal. The other point I wanted to highlight is that this bond sale taps out near-term capacity for the TBTA sales tax revenue bonds. But I'm happy to report that the funding delivered to the capital program by this funding source is in line and actually a little bit better than the funding we've modeled for the source. Now on to the upcoming transactions. In March, we expect to issue $500 million of notes for working capital purposes to address intra-year seasonal liquidity needs. We also plan to issue $300 million of notes to fund approved ongoing transit and commuter projects, again, in the current capital program. And both of these transactions will be sold on a competitive basis. And lastly, in April, we expect to issue approximately $1 billion of fixed-rate tax-exempt transportation revenue refunding green bonds, Series 2024A, to refinance outstanding bonds for savings by exercising call rights and running a tender process. This will be the first issuance of transportation revenue bonds since we received upgrades this past fall. And it will be a great opportunity to reintroduce this credit to the market and deliver savings to our budget. This transaction will be led by book running senior manager Jeffries, together with special core senior managers, which are SDVOB and WB and MWB firms, Drexel Hamilton, Rice Financial Products Company, and Stern Brothers. This concludes my reports for today.
Thank you, Olga. Questions? Ada?
I have a question. So, Olga, thank you very much. You said that part of the proceeds are going to fund a portion of the capital costs of the Central Business district tolling program. So is that to set up the cameras and stuff that we need, or is that the actual, what is that?
Yeah, this is to finance the infrastructure, so the readers, right, that will read the license plates for vehicles entering the CBDT area.
So not all of them have been put up yet or any?
Yeah, this project is ongoing.
Right, okay.
Yes, so we progressing with installing the infrastructure, and as that work is being done, we need to
Pay
finance the
for it.
costs of
Okay,
it.
great. Okay, thank you.
Norman?
Yeah, I apologize if I'm way off base with my question, because, I mean, this is an area, I mean, usually my question is, believe it or not, there's a base in technical competence, but in your area, I have no base, I have no foothold of technical competence. So were we to notice a reflection of the Jersey lawsuit in the price of bonds, when would that occur, and on what type of bond would that, I mean, I'm assuming it would not be the transportation revenue bonds. Would you start seeing that effect in the summer? Could it be like a crisis if we couldn't do the, a bigger crisis than we already have, that we couldn't do congestion pricing? When would that occur, and what would be the nature of that?
So I would say that the main impact on the financing program would be our ability to issue bonds against the CBDT revenue. So, you know, just as with the capital program impact, where the ongoing litigation puts at risk the schedule for capital programs, it puts at risk our schedule for receiving the funds and issuing bonds against this revenue source. And as you know, in the capital program, when it was approved, we expected to receive $15 billion of funding out of CBDT revenue. So that's the main impact of the litigation.
So look, I was going to ask Kevin to talk about this anyway today. Given what we know is happening with this suit, there's lots of contracts and lots of work that have to be done here, and frankly, that is getting in the way of our business. And I think it's worth talking about, because borrowing our way to things that we were going to actually run through, if you will, central business tolling is very difficult. I think I did ask Kevin, though, and I'd love him to describe, maybe just a recap for all of us on the basic economics of how, if we generate $1 billion on an annual run rate basis from central business district tolling, how that translates into the roughly $15 billion of borrowing. I think that would be just a good brief tutorial for all of us.
Thanks, Neil. Before I answer that question, I just wanted to add a little bit, because Olga's correct, and you heard it in Capital Committee, that since of the uncertainty of congestion pricing is making us hold up on moving forward on the similar amount of projects, because you can't commit to a contract unless you have the funding reasonably in place. And so, on the one hand, that'll say, okay, well, the bonds that we're going to be issued, which I'll explain in a second, that'll be backed by congestion pricing, we can't move forward on. I think the other interesting point that you raised in your question is, when you think about it, the rating agencies upgraded MTA's overall transportation credit based on the solution to the operating budget. And part of the what makes MTA viable is not only balancing the budget, but operating reliable service and so forth. So to the extent we had the delay starts delaying what we need for state of good repair projects, and we start to backslide into 2017, that's not going to in terms of reliability, that's not going to lead to good feeling among investors about about MTA's overall stability. So I think it's important that we can't have a long pause in doing very important projects without it starting to impact. Again, in terms of, when you think about congestion pricing, essentially, if you're assuming $1 billion a year, roughly for every month we're delayed, that's going to be 80 to 100 million in revenue that we won't have. As Heda pointed out, we're actually issuing debt for all the infrastructure that we're putting in place, which I think is at about 90% now, if I'm correct. And we're now continue to make payments under those contracts. But the lack of the congestion pricing revenue means that debt has to be paid from somewhere else. It can't be paid or reimbursed from the congestion pricing revenue, which just further, restricts our resources. So that said, once, the reason how we turn the billion into 15 billion is that, once we have, clearance that the revenue starts to flow, we'll have roughly that billion a year that we could put directly into project spending. Obviously, we're not going to wait 15 years to do that 15 billion in projects. So every year, depending on we will commit for the 15 billion in projects, but based on the cash flow spending, we'll have to, we'll borrow against that. And at some point, a few years down the road, maybe of that, $1 billion in revenue, half of it will be going to pay debt service on bonds we issued to fund the projects early, and half will still be available for paying for current expenses. So when you kind of do the rough math, and again, I don't think we're going to issue 15 billion in debt, because while we're moving, we're going to use some of the revenue to fund the projects directly. But if we issue, say, 10 billion in debt, 4% interest, that's about 400 million of interest. Add into it maybe 100 million of principal. So out of the billion, we'll using some to pay the debt service that helped us to pay for projects early, and some will be going directly to pay for projects. I don't know if that's a good explanation.
It's very helpful. Any questions on the economics of how a dollar becomes $15? No? Okay, great. David, headquarters and agency items, please.
There's one action item this month to obtain MTA board approval of resolutions to certify and transfer $1.289 billion of TBTA operating surplus to the MTA and New York City Transit pursuant to Section 1219-A2B of the Public Authorities Law. Transfer $12.4 million representing 2023 investment income to the MTA pursuant to Section 569C of the Public Authorities Law, and advance 2024 TBTA surplus as per the attached resolution. And Jim McGovern, the MTA controller, is available if there are any questions.
Okay. Can I have a motion, please? Thank you. Second. Thank you. Any questions, comments, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstention, motion passes. Thank you very much. We don't have any MTA procurements that I know of. We'll have some agency ones shortly. Jay, you want to take us through the weighty topic of the February financial plan?
Sure. This month includes the February financial plan, which contains the 2023 final estimate, the 2024 adopted budget, and the financial plan for 2024 to 2027. The 24 adopted budget remains at the $19.3 billion level. The financial plan is balanced annually through 2027, and it's presented as we discussed in November and December, and also adopted in December. Included in the February financial plan are a handful of technical adjustments that we made. They're non-financial in nature, just, account moving. The financial plan also includes a schedule detailing the agency's monthly allocation of financials, headcount. It also includes ridership and fare box revenue by each agency. It's based on the 2024 adopted budget. This allows for us to report monthly on actuals against budget for the variances that we discuss. In the coming months, in preparation, we'll be preparing for the July plan, which will have an update for you for 2024 and the upcoming budget for 2025.
Questions for Jay? Obviously, good news on a continued balanced budget pursuant to the things we spoke about a little bit ago. Okay, back to you, David.
The second information item is to inform the Finance Committee of the MTA Board about the statutorily required MRT2 escalator payments as stipulated in Section 1270-A4C of the Public Authorities Law to Dutchess, Orange, and Rockland counties totaling $6.424 million, which are expected to be made in March 2024. These escalator payments are in addition to the quarterly required payments, also as stipulated in Section 1270-A4C of the Public Authorities Law, and Olga is available if there are any questions.
Anyone? Okay, hearing none, let's go to agency procurements. Lou?
Good afternoon, thank you. There are two information items for Long Island Railroad and Metro North Railroad this month that were approved by their respective committees earlier today. The first is a request that the board approve the award of a 10-year original equipment manufacturer purchase agreement for M7 propulsion system equipment upgrade as well as bench test equipment to Mitsubishi Electric Power Products, Inc. The second item, also to Mitsubishi, is a request that the board approve a 5-year contract for HVAC and propulsion replacement parts utilized on Long Island Railroad's M7 electric rail cars and Metro North's M7 and M8 electric cars. This will also include the needs of New York City Transit subway car fleet. There are no information items for MTA headquarters this month, no information items for New York City Transit this month, no information items for Metro North Railroad this month, and there are no information items for bridges and tunnels this month.
Can I have a motion on no items, please? Haha, just kidding around. Okay, David, bring us home with real estate, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real estate has 4 transactional action items for consideration and approval. There are 2 items for the MTA. The first is a license renewal with Communications Leasing for an MTA Police Department antenna at 1 Fairchild Court in Plainview. The second is a license with Web Food Products for MTA Police Department vehicle parking at 143-19 94th Avenue in Jamaica. The third item is for MTA New York City Transit and is leased for Beerlandia Corp. For the operation of a restaurant at the Coney Island Stillwell Avenue Station in Brooklyn. The fourth and final item is for MTA Metro North and is a license renewal with Gin CT LLC for employee parking at 120 Viaduct Road in Stamford. There are 4 information items. Let me go through this right now. Okay. 3 information items are for MTA New York City Transit. One is a temporary access agreement with Queens Ballpark Company for access to property adjacent to the Corona substation in connection with the substation hardening project in Queens. And there's a license with Shoshama for the installation, maintenance, and display of artwork in 3 New York City Transit stations. And the last for transit is a license with City DOT for signage removal, installation, operation, and maintenance at the St. George Ferry Terminal in Staten Island. And the final item is for MTA Long Island Railroad. It's a permanent easement agreement with MD Hosan and Soraya Hosan to facilitate the installation of an aerial platform of a property adjacent to the Long Island right-of-way in connection with the Jamaica Capacity Improvement Project in Jamaica, Queens.
All right, thank you, David. Just going back, there are 4 action items for us, 2 for the MTA, 1 for transit, and 1 for Metro North for real estate. May I have a motion to approve those?
I have a question.
Please.
The antenna, why do we need an antenna in Plainview?
It's a renewal of an existing antenna. As part of the PD maintains 12 sites in the region for the MTA Police Department network. This is an existing site that they're renewing in place.
Okay. And just point information, I asked David to get me some information on the ballpark company access, and he's going to get back to me on that. Thank you.
Sorry, he did not, or he
No,
did?
no, he will. He will.
Oh, he
will
will.
get back to me.
Okay. Are you okay to vote on it?
We're not voting.
It's
They're
an information
Oh, it's information.
Right.
Sorry, fine. Okay, so back to the 4 items for voting action. I may have a motion to approve.
Motion.
Thank you. Second.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on these 4 items? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Any new business for the committee? Hearing none. A motion to adjourn. Thank you. Second. Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you, staff. Take care.